Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Cape Breton Regional Municipality Council meeting for Tuesday, January 18th, 2020. Back to our virtual grounds. We will begin tonight by gratefully acknowledging that we are gathering here in Unama'ki, the unceded and ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq. All of our work and our intentions are done in the spirit of peace and friendship and reconciliation. I will begin now asking for Tanya to do the roll call, please.
Okay, Mayor McDougall.
Present.
Councillor Gordon Mcdonald.
Here.
Deputy Mayor McMullen.
Here.
Councillor Cyril McDonald.
Here.
Councillor Gillespie.
Here.
Councillor Eldon McDonald.
Here.
Councillor Parouche.
Here.
Councillor Parsons.
Present.
Councillor Edwards.
Here.
Councillor Tracy.
Here.
Councillor Brooksberger.
Here.
Councillor O'Quinn.
Here.
And Councillor Green.
Here.
Thank you, Tanya. So before we get into our agenda this evening, I will take a moment here to acknowledge a pretty tremendous loss, not only for our province, I think our entire country and for democracy. We lost Alexa McDonough last weekend at the age of 77. And I was thinking about how do we, in a few moments, capture the essence of Alexa McDonough and her impact on our region, on this country, and really capture her spirit. And I don't think I could ever do an adequate job. But I think what I will say is, you know, Alexa is one of those real legacy makers and all-time legends, especially for any young woman who was ever contemplating going into politics. I use the example of when I was growing up, you knew Alexa's name as a young child. You didn't know what she did exactly, but her name was everywhere. And so growing up, that recognition of a name and then realizing the work that she did, that was a remarkable education. She really, truly dedicated her life to social justice. She was a true champion in politics, not just to women, but in politics. And she really never backed down from a challenge. You only have to go onto social media, into the newspapers of late to read the beautiful tributes, but I just want us all to take a moment here, recognize with gratitude the life and contributions of Alexa McDonough. Thank you, folks. So we'll now go to item number 1 on our agenda this evening, which is approval of the minutes. These minutes were previously just distributed from the December 14th meeting. I will require a mover and a seconder, please.
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
Moved by Councillor Parsons, seconded by Councillor Cyril McDonald. Is there any discussion on that motion, Council?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
Contrary, nay. Thank you. Motion is carried. Now we will go on to approval of the agenda. As I noted before we started our meeting, it has been quite a week. This is the first week that CBRM staff at City Hall are back into the building in person. And so there's been a lot of back and forths and I guess working out some kinks and getting ready for the meeting. So I apologize and appreciate everybody's patience in creating this agenda. So I will be looking for an approval of the agenda with addendums that have been passed out to our council members.
Don't move.
Okay, moved by Councillor James Edwards, seconded by Councillor Ken Tracy. Thanks, folks. Any discussion on that motion? Question has been called. Council, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Thank you very much. Item 3 on our agenda. So we will now go to proclamations and resolutions. Proclamation 3.1, I'm going to hand this over to our Deputy Mayor Early McMullen for World Wetlands Day.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So whereas nearly 90% of the world's wetlands have been degraded since the 1700s, and we're losing wetlands 3 times faster than forests. Yet, wetlands are critically important ecosystems that contribute to biodiversity, climate mitigation and adaptation, freshwater availability, world economies, and more. Whereas World Wetlands Day is celebrated each year on February 2nd to raise awareness about wetlands. This day also marks the anniversary of the Convention on Wetlands, which was adopted as an international treaty in 1971. This year's celebration is especially significant as on August 30th, 2021, the UN General Assembly adopted Resolution 75/317 that established February 2nd as World Wetlands Day. It's important that we raise awareness about wetlands in order to reverse their rapid loss and encourage actions to conserve and restore them. World Wetlands Day is the ideal time to increase people's understanding of these critically important ecosystems. Be it therefore resolved that Mayor Amanda M. McDougall and Council of the CBRM hereby proclaim Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022 as World Wetlands Day in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and encourage support of this campaign. And I'd like to move that, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Second that.
That was moved by Deputy Mayor Early McMullen, seconded by Councillor Steve Gillespie. Any discussion on that motion?
Question.
Question has been called. Council, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Thank you kindly. On to item 3.2, Bell Let's Talk Day, and very happy to invite Councillor Ken Tracy to the virtual stage here.
Thank you, Mayor. Bell Let's Talk Day. Whereas January 26, 2022 marks the 12th annual Bell Let's Talk Day, a day of conversation on mental health. And whereas Bell Let's Talk Day promotes mental health awareness, acceptance, and action built on 4 key pillars: fighting stigma, improving access to care, supporting world-class research, and leading by example in workplace mental health. And whereas the Cape Breton Regional Municipality raises a flag to celebrate Bell Let's Talk Day to encourage all residents to join the conversation through calls, texts, social media interactions to drive Bell's donation to mental health past $100 million. Be it therefore resolved that Mayor Amanda M. McDougall and Council of the CBRM hereby proclaim Wednesday, January 26, 2022 as Bell Let's Talk Day in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality and encourage support of this campaign. And I so move.
Second.
So that was moved by Councillor Ken Tracy, seconded by Councillor Darren O'Quinn. Any discussion, Council, on that motion?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor, Council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Just on that, we will be sharing any of the social media, the messaging, and COVID restrictions permitting, any type of activities that we will be supporting regarding Bell Let's Talk Day. I know we always do a flag raising too, but really encourage folks to reach out, and we will be reaching out to you as well. Okay, on to item number 3.3, the Day of Black Loyalist Exodus. Welcoming Councillor Lauren Green to the virtual platform.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The Day of Black Loyal Exodus. Whereas January 15, 2022 is the 230th anniversary of 15 ships departing Halifax Harbor in 1792, and that the conditions and causes that led to the exodus of 1,196 self-liberated Black loyalists were conditions of abject institutional racism, and that this departure took place in the height of the transatlantic chattel slave trade, one of the cruelest chapters in history of humanity. And whereas CBRM recognized that people of African descent have been part of Canadian society since the early 1600s, and that their enslavement occurred in this land for centuries, and that Black loyalist departure is a link to the failure of institutional, political, societal, willful fulfillment to the promise that were made to the communities that left for Sierra Leone. And whereas CBRM is committed to promote histories such as the 15 ships to Sierra Leone that often have been left in a vacuum of erasure, and the resources provided for well-known monumentos having historical been founded as at the expenses of those erasures. And whereas continues to recognize the ongoing significance of the UN Decade of African Descent, the importance of recognizing Black history, Black loyalists in Nova Scotia, and how all communities in Nova Scotia continue to be affected by the historical rift of the Black community. And whereas we recognize that securing housing and land was promised to these earlier settlers, and very few received what was owed. No one received the promised 100 acres of land for each head of household, despite petitions by Thomas Peters. For many Black loyalists, shared Mi'kmaq knowledge was key to survival in these first winters. Be it therefore resolved that CBRM Mayor Amanda M. McDougall and Council proclaim January 15, 2022, the day of Black loyal exodus, 15 ships to Sierra Leone, number 1792 project in the Cape Breton Regional Municipality, and I so move.
Second.
Second.
Thank you so much. Moved by Councillor Lauren Green, seconded by Deputy Mayor Erlene McMullen. God, I never do that right. Any discussion on that motion, Council?
Question.
Question has been called. Council, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Councillor Lauren Green, you're back up with
Proclamation. Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Proclamation for African Heritage Month 2022. Whereas February is recognized internationally as African Heritage Month, a time to recognize and salute the many contributions and ongoing achievement of people of African descent all over the world and here in CBRM. We celebrate a time of greater understanding. And whereas this year's theme, Through Our Eyes, the Voices of African Nova Scotians, recognize the long-standing history of African descent in the development of Canada. And whereas this theme explores and examines the effects of anti-racism and the voice of African Nova Scotians who blazed the trail for change. The theme also aligns with the United Nations International Decade for the People of African Descent, DPAD 2015 to 2024. And whereas we are in the 8th year of the International Decade of People of African Descent, the global of DPAD is to strengthen global cooperation in support of people of African descent, increase awareness, and the passage towards presence in all aspects of society. And whereas Nova Scotia has over 50 historic African Nova Scotian communities with a long, deep, and complex history dating back over 200 years, African Heritage Month provides us with the opportunity to celebrate our cultures, legacies, achievements, and contributions of people past and present. Be it therefore resolved that Mayor Amanda M. McDougall and Council of Cape Breton Regional Municipality proclaim the month of February 2022 as African Heritage Month and encourage all residents, business, and community groups to participate in activities and celebrations that take the opportunity to reflect on the stories of the history of the vibrant African Nova Scotia community, and I so move.
Second.
Thank you, Councillor Green. That was moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Glenn Parouche. Any discussion on that motion, Council? Question has been called. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Next, item 3.5, we're going to keep Councillor Lauren Green on this screen tonight, renaming Mackesy Drive Playground to the Cody Burke and Sonia Chason Memorial Playground. Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow councillor. The renaming of Mackesy Drive Playgrounds to the Cody Burke and Sonia Chesson Memorial Playgrounds. Whereas the land has been donated by Miss Gladys Mackesy to the former County of Cape Breton in the early 1980s for recreation purposes. And whereas the community, along with the Recreation Department of the day, decided to establish a playground for the children of the neighborhood. This was a neighborhood with young families, with lots of children, and need for outdoor recreation. And whereas the families rallied together to fundraise so they could build the playgrounds for the whole community, not just the Mackesy Drive children to enjoy. And whereas one of the community's families, the Burke family, suffered a great loss when their son, Cody Burke, was tragically killed in a motor vehicle accident. He was a student of Beck High, where he played soccer and basketball and had the honor of playing in the famous Coal Bowl tournament. And whereas the father of Cody Burke, Joe Burke, installed a memorial bench in the playgrounds where his family could go to remember their son and brother. And whereas in 2020, the community once again was devastated with the loss of another community member, Sonia Chesson, after a courageous battle with cancer. And whereas members of the community established Victoria Mines Recreation Association to be stewards of the park, have been fundraising to make the improvements to the park. They have also continued to take care and maintain the grounds on a daily basis. And whereas Cody Burke and Sonia Chesson were a significant part of this community and will be remembered for all their kindness, goodwill, fun-loving way, and their spirit of community. Be it therefore resolved that CBRM Mayor Amanda M. McDougall and Council approve the renaming of the Mackesy Drive Playgrounds to the Cody Burke and Sonia Chesson Memorial Playgrounds in memory of these two cherished community members, and I so move, Madam Mayor.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Councillor Lauren Green, seconded by Councillor Glenn Parouche. Any discussion on that motion, Council?
If I could follow up on that, Madam Mayor.
By all means.
Yesterday, I received a presentation from the Victoria Mines Recreation Association in regards to the upgrades they plan on that particular playgrounds. I want to give them full marks and credit for the outstanding work they're doing in that community and continue to do. They are intending on applying to the provincial and federal government for improvements to that park, and they want to say thank you to CBRM for renaming that park, and they now feel like it's an ownership, and the pride in the community is overwhelming. I will be forwarding this email presentation off to council. I didn't want to do it prior to the official renaming. I didn't want to preempt anything, but I will be emailing council members with this presentation that's going to go before the provincial and federal government. And I would say that this is not the last we're going to hear from this particular group. They are doing great things in that community, and hats off to them. And I just want to thank my fellow councillors for renaming that park, because the community is definitely worthy of the honor, and I look forward to working with this particular group in the future. And as I said, I will be forwarding this email to all council members for your perusal. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Really lovely, Councillor. Any further discussion, folks?
Question.
Oh, great. Question has been called. All those in favor, council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. And forgive me, I'm trying to do the scan in case I miss anybody. And sometimes it takes me a little bit longer to verify that we're ready to go. Okay, on to 3.6, Scotia Bank closures. So I welcome Councillor Gordon Mcdonald to introduce this, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is a resolution on the recent announcement for Scotia Bank closures. Whereas the Scotia Bank has announced they will be bringing advice solutions to more customers and more locations across Atlantic Canada. And whereas they stated this evolution will focus on a new Halifax remote contact center, Scotia Bank's first virtual branch, and continuing investments in technology. And whereas with this evolution, Scotiabank and Sydney Mines has been scheduled to close by June 9th, 2022 to consolidate with another neighboring branch. And whereas the community of Sydney Mines and surrounding areas would be devastated having this bank close, this is a lower income community which has many seniors without transportation and not knowing how to use or have access to technology to be able to do virtual banking. Be it therefore resolved that Mayor Amanda M. McDougall and Council request staff write a letter to Scotiabank head office on Council's behalf, requesting Scotiabank to reconsider their decision to close the City Mines branch, as it will bring hardship to the residents of this community and surrounding areas, and I so move.
Second.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Moved by Councillor Gordon McDonald. I think that was seconded by Deputy Mayor Arlene McMullen. Any discussion on that motion? Councillor Gordon, did you want to go
Could I
ahead?
still
And then,
follow up with that, Mayor? Yes.
absolutely.
Yes, Mayor, this announcement kind of came out of the blue for the residents of my district. And I say my district because this not only affects the residents of Sydney Mines, it also affects the residents and the population of Aller Point, Florence, Little Pond and areas. You know, it even goes into the Burdors as well. It is a hardship. So, you know, with the announcement, they're not even bringing in an ATM, which if residents that are now clients of the Scotiabank will either, if they have to use a competitor's ATM, it'll cost them $3 extra, or they get a taxi into the other town to be able to do their banking. So, you know, it's not only, it's a hardship in many ways and capacities. I don't think that any thought was given to the explosion of construction and infrastructure that's happening in the industrial park, which lies within the boundaries of Sydney Mines. You know, so it's a big moral hit to the community, and you know, we are pretty upset with this announcement because it'll leave the town with no federal banking institutions. It'll be left with a credit union, and you know, it brings on a hardship. So I hope to hear the message coming from council and the residents of the area. So thank you for the opportunity to present this resolution, Madam Mayor.
Absolutely, Councillor. Very important stuff. Next on the speakers list, I have Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I want to thank Gordon for bringing this forward on behalf of the people he represents and the neighboring communities. It's not easy. We're living in an area where we have a big portion of our population are aged. You know, it's not easy, and some people really still like to go to the bank and deposit their checks, and a lot of our seniors do that. I got to tell you, I know that for a fact, and been involved in quite a bit of delivery to a couple of seniors on that particular issue. So I think it's great, Gordon, that you are speaking out on this. I think it's not easy to lose this kind of a business, not to mention the jobs in the community, and probably a focal point where people meet and chat along with everything else involved there. So I want to thank you again, Gordon, for bringing this forward, and certainly support your resolution. Thank you.
Well said, Councillor. Any further discussion on the motion?
Question?
Okay, question has been called, Council. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Thanks so much to everybody for the thoughtful and important resolutions here tonight. You know, it brings a lot of education. It brings a lot of advocacy to our community. So I know sometimes when we're in the agenda setting meeting, it's easy to say, wow, we got a lot of resolutions tonight, but they really are impactful and important. So I'm glad that we have the opportunity to share these. As noted, we do have a couple of addendum items in our agenda tonight. So before we go on to our delegations, I just want to speak a little bit to flooding issues. It's been a really, really rough couple of days throughout the CBRM. Some areas definitely quite devastatingly hit by water levels, flooding, be it in their basements, in their yards. Roadways have been closed down. So just wanted to take an opportunity here this evening to bring this to council, because I'm looking for a little bit of direction from you all. Again, over the past month, really, there's been three significant flooding events, rainfall events. And we're hearing consistently from residents, what are you going to do? What is happening? So I know that, you know, it's been a topic over the past number of years in regards to the flood mitigation options that came out of our report from 2018. We were presented with a number of options. We, as a council, had voted to move forward with the options that really had the most effectiveness when it came to holding back some of the water that really infiltrates in the Ashby area. What we do know is that for the most part, the permits have all been secured. They're all in place. Last year, we weren't able to do any work within that season of permissible construction. So really, I've been assured by staff that as soon as the plans are in place and as soon as we're permitted to do work again in nature, in the outdoors, that work will be commencing. And really, I want to make sure that folks know that the purpose of that work is not, it's really hard to do work in the lower bowl where that water is gathering. The intent of this work is to hold water back at higher levels so it slows and it slowly goes into that bowl where it's really causing the most damage. So tonight, Council, I'm wondering, I'm looking for direction. I have a couple of ideas. I would like to hear your feedback, but I would like to engage CBCL and the engineers again to perhaps take another look at those list of options. I know there were a number of those options that were deemed low effectiveness, but if it is advisable by some of those engineers to perhaps take a couple of them, put them to implement them together, maybe that level of effectiveness might be better. But really wondering if council would be supportive of having those engineers come back to help reassess that list of options. I also know that as of just this week, the provincial government has announced more funding for floodplain planning. So we have done a significant amount of that, but really allowing our staff to go ahead and apply for that funding and do as much extensive floodplain planning as possible is only going to help us plan for the future and help mitigate some more really high risk areas. Also, I did a little bit of research into additional funding that's out there. So essentially what I would like to ask of council is if we can, if you are in agreement, that we really ask staff to make this one of their on the desk priorities right now, to really seek out whatever resources, whatever funding is out there, bring back the experts that we've engaged in the past, and have some more conversations very, very quickly about what are we going to do, because we know that this, quite frankly, is connected to climate change and the effects that climate change is having on our community and having on the entire planet. It's not going away, and we need to figure out different ways to move forward. Anyhow, I'm going to open it up and just remind folks, if you don't mind using the chat function, which I think folks are already populating, I'm really grateful. I believe Councillor Darren Brooksberger, you are first on the list.
I believe there were some before me there, Mayor. I seen
Oh,
different
sorry,
names.
that was from the resolution. My
Yes,
apologies.
yeah.
Sorry about that.
I
Yeah,
think I'm fourth or fifth, actually. Yep.
gotcha. No, that was the first time I opened my chat. Sorry about that, Darren. Thank you. So first up on the list, we have Councillor Eldon Mcdonald.
Hey, thanks very much, Madam Mayor. I don't know if this was an addendum to be added to the agenda, and I might have missed it. I was busy all afternoon, so I actually was on the phone with someone regarding the flooding at 10 to 6 and had to hang up. And they wanted me to raise this tonight, and I told them I wouldn't be able to do that, that's not the way council works. So I apologize for not seeing that addendum. As you said, there was many different things that have changed. So I did had a conversation on behalf of Alma's Hair Salon. I was actually down there about 2:30 this afternoon. I did express very similar concerns, I guess, to what you raised with the lower part of that flood area versus the higher part. I had that discussion, and it's very difficult. What I would say is I did support the last time this was before council, to move forward with the recommendations of staff on the Gilhome Lake, Mud Lake, and the Ballard Trail forced mitigation measures that were approved. I wouldn't be open to having conversations about changing those unless it was something that was going to be further able to mitigate those three particular measures. Is there other measures? There was 15 recommendations. Is there other measures within those 15 that could be looked at? I'm open to looking at anything, but I don't want to cause us to look at reviewing for further benefits, delaying the three that have already been approved. And just for clarification, Madam Mayor, I believe you had indicated that all the permits are in. The last time I spoke with staff was a few weeks ago, and maybe I could go through you to Wayne on this one. My understanding is the Department of Natural Resources still hasn't approved the Gilhome Lake property. So I hope that's not accurate now, but we've been waiting and trying for 2 years to get that approval. And I wasn't aware that that came through. So maybe we could get some clarity on that. But I would absolutely be willing to look at anything that we can do to help any of the residents in that area. It is the actual border of my district and Councillor Parouche's district is the water channel. So he deals with it a great deal more than I do myself. But I still have concerns about that whole water course and have been trying to keep an eye on it myself. So I think at that, I'll leave it at that. If I have any more questions, I'll come back for a second round. But if I could, through you, Madam Mayor, to Wayne, to maybe address if every single permit has been through, including the Department of National Defense. Thank you.
No, thank you, Councillor. Director Mcdonald?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, so the remaining projects included in the option 15 that were presented and approved by council a number of years ago, all the permits are in now for Pond 5. The Gilhome's Lake is also slated for this year for construction. We have one issue we're dealing with the federal real estate department associated with DND. However, we've been assured that that will not slow the timeline of the project, and it is expected that both projects will be completed in this construction season.
Any further questions, Councillor?
The only thing I would say, so Wayne, just so I fully understand, my understanding is there was permits needed from the Department of National Defense. Are you suggesting those permits have been approved and we have received them? Or they're saying they'll have them to us before the end of this construction season? Or are they already in?
I believe the approvals for the construction are in. It's the there's a real estate piece associated with the mitigation on the DND land itself, but we've been assured that that is we will have that prior to the construction window. And just for information, that's what happened last year. We didn't have our approvals in place by the time the construction window was open, and it closes very quickly. We have everything available for Pond 5.
You still have
Thank
about
you
a
very
minute left if you need anything
No,
else, Councillor.
No, I think that should be good. I just express, I guess, what I will say is that I did express through the call that I had earlier that they could contact their MP, that it's Department of National Defense's property that we're having the issues with and getting it approved and finalized. That was my understanding with Gilhome Lakes, and I suggested they maybe contact their MP on that. But it sounds like that may be something that's recently changed. So thank you very much.
Nope, great questions, Councillor. Next on our speakers list, we have Councillor Glenn Parouche.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And just for a little bit of clarity myself too, with this motion, are we looking at different approaches to go along with the 15 options outside of adding more berms, I guess, into that? Like, are we looking at taking a cumulative approach as if we took option, and I'm just using numbers here, say 7.5, run it through the model again to see if that will assist with the berms, or if we open this up to discussion like we are now, are we looking at more berms? Because I'm hoping that with this discussion and trying to apply for more funding, that we can do the berms as they're laid out now, which is, it is what it is. I reserve the judgment on that. I don't know if it's going to help the people in the lower area, but proof will be in the pudding once they're in to see what happens. My hope in this, and along with what Eldon was alluding to there is I'll use the Steel City as an example, who I haven't, shame on me, I haven't reached out to Barclay during these last two storms, but is there anything that we can do when we get the engineers involved again to try and help the flow of water down on that end as well? When we look at these other options, I'll leave that out there. I know nobody sitting here tonight can really answer that question, hence why we want to get the engineers involved. But basically what I'm saying is I would like to go with the berms that are in place or that will be in place, look at some approaches that encompass those berms, plus what else can we do to help the people from Whitney on, because, and I don't want to use this as a soapbox, but I had over 26 calls today. I have people that are in this area that live in that floodplain that have 4 sub pumps, 3 sub pumps. One guy had it worked out that he was pumping out 3,800 gallons of water with his 5 sub pumps going an hour. So, I mean, I totally think we need to do more than just the berm. So I will definitely be supporting this. I just don't want to open the door that it could end up with more berms in the trail, I guess. So I'm just wondering where we're at with that. Thank you.
Right. So I will ask if Director Wayne Mcdonald has any comments, but before that, in terms of clarity on the motion, this is not superseding the motion that already stands that the projects as approved move forward. That this is not interfering with the current projects. This is asking the engineers from CPCL who already are intimately knowledgeable of our flooding issues, because they've produced that report from 2018, to come back to council and help advise and talk about those flood mitigation options that they had previously presented to council. Ask is there any mix of these things or put together of these mitigation efforts that could offer some more effectiveness in terms of holding back some water. Also with the motion, the intention is to go and research what other funding is out there. The funding is going to dictate what kind of projects you can do. You can come up with any number of projects, but if you're looking at projects that are more green and blue infrastructure based versus berm type structures, that funding is going to dictate what kind of project you can apply for. So really, whatever is out there, even if it is little pots of money here and there for the municipality, I think it's also really important that we help create whatever resource center that we can for residents. If there are provincial supports, if there are federal supports, that we can make sure that residents are privy to. So if they find themselves in a situation of flooding, they know where to go, they know who to call, or we can do it for them. All of this information has to come together. So does that answer your questions, Councillor?
Absolutely. And I want to apply for as much funding as we possibly can for the people in these areas. And I know other districts as well have had issues with flooding. So I'm sure I'm out of time here now. So thank you.
416. Director, I was going to call you Councillor Wayne Mcdonald. Director Wayne Mcdonald, did you have any thoughts or anything you wanted to share on that?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess what I'll say is it's clear that council wants us to continue on with our option 15. We are moving as quickly as we can on that right now. On top of that, I guess what we'll try and put together is a go forward plan on what else can be done. We'll talk to our consultants. They evaluated all the options back a number of years ago and have a very active model in the watershed, the Mugger Creek watershed. We have completed other items in other watersheds across CBRM. We have been actively looking for funding, but I think there's so much information that we will come back to council with an update and a go forward plan that we can recommend, and certainly for council's approval.
Fantastic. Thank you, Director. Next on our speakers list, we have Councillor James Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And you actually went to Director Mcdonald there, which is what I was going to do. I was going to ask Wayne for his opinion on the flooding, and but he basically answered my question previous. So I'm good. I'm enjoying the conversation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Next, Councillor Lorne Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I, like Councillor Parouche, was inundated with calls today from people that I've never heard from and didn't even know they actually had flooding issues. My concern is there anything we can do in the short term? I was really glad to hear Eldon clarify our direction with not trying to stop or change things, that we're still proceeding. But I guess through you to Director Mcdonald, now, you know, catch basins today caused me quite a grief in terms of you know, not being, you know, I guess the preventative maintenance being done. You know, and the guys on Public Works were great today. You know, I can't take anything away from them. They did what they needed to do, and you know, they saved me in a lot of drowning situations. But I guess, Wayne, what my question is, you know, where we have so many catch basins and runoffs that catch our stormwater, I'm wondering if there can be perhaps a preventative maintenance done prior to the season. I mean, you know, you never can predict anything, but you know, if there's a preventative maintenance that we can do, you know, that we encourage that to be done. I know last year myself, I identified 44 catch basins that were indeed full and no water could go in them. So I'm just wondering, you know, if that's something we could do prior to, you know, the rainy season. And like Erlene was saying earlier, before we even started, you know, the rainy season is no longer the rainy season. The rainy season is now the winter season. So we don't really know and how to prepare for it when. But I'm just wondering, you know, if there's something that we can do proactively to help people that you know, that their issue is in fact our issue, because catch basins are not being maintained, and in some cases catch basins are collapsed. And you know, so I'm just wondering that if we can put a preventive maintenance program in, say, let's say, you know, we start it in September or you know, August, and we run into October, whatever, but something that we're out there looking and doing these proactive things, because that's when, you know, we react. But let's do some proactive stuff that when we're not in the rainy season, such as dredging brooks, you know, simple things that we may not think about when it's dry, but it's the opportunity for us to get in there. And I understand that we can only go in brooks at certain times of the year, because I've dealt with that issue as well. I'm just wondering, Wayne, if that's something that we can put together as a preventative maintenance package for our public works guys.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, so many folks don't, I mean, we communicate many times prior to, during a storm, after a storm, our activities in public works. Council has been historically approving inflow and infiltration monies that we utilize each year. They're dealing with stormwater systems. They're dealing with getting inflow and infiltration off our sanitary sewers. We do have a preventative maintenance program, but we also have deteriorating infrastructure across CBRM as well. So prior to any rainfall event, our folks are out. This is unfortunately not really a seasonal thing, because we have consistent issues that happen that cause issues with our infrastructure and our aging infrastructure. So prior to storms, we're low-lying areas, we're dealing with catch basin maintenance, we're dealing with repairs, many of those things prior to a storm, during a storm, especially a winter storm. So what we just experienced was a winter storm, a couple of them in a very short proximity, high amounts of rainfall, frozen ground, snow melt, ice, all kinds of, you know, any one of these items that can add to the complexities, as well as storm surge, high tides happening at the particular time of the peak of the storm. So every rainfall event is certainly different. But Councillor, good, you know, certainly we take advice from Council on those items. We do have a preventive maintenance project, and we'll be back to Council should we require additional resources.
Do you have any further questions, Councillor Lorne-Green?
No, Madam Mayor, thank you. And thank you, Director Mcdonald.
Great. All right. Next, we have Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I guess for me, you know, these things happen, emergency situations. And for this one, it's been an emergency for me for a long time. We've had several delays on this issue, lots of debate, lots of discussion, and a motion that was finally passed by council that we start something. Whatever we hold at the top is certainly going to help on the bottom. We've got an issue because we're below sea level, and the tides are when they're coming in, there's nothing moving, as we all know. So We got to try to hold back everything we possibly can. That's the motion I think we got from council. What I'd really like to see, Mayor, if we could, is maybe you can set up another meeting on all the other things outside of what we've talked about and approved at council, so we can have a real good discussion on this, and I'm open for that tomorrow, if that can be done, because I think it's very important as well. But if anything we can do, I understand it was the last rainstorm, and all of a sudden, a minister's aide or somebody said we were approved to move forward. So I think that's the plan, and I think we got to get it going, what we approved in council for the people in that area, because it just breaks my heart to see it. We all got flooded areas in our area, but the Ashby situation has been a long, long time. And I mean, to watch these people, what they go through every storm is just beyond me. We have to do something for these people. Something has been approved. We know it's not going to solve all the problems, but I think it's going to help. So let's get it started. And hopefully, Mayor, we can have another session to talk about all the other things that you brought up there, and other councillors around the table, that we can, if there's anything else out there, let's look for it. But let's have a good discussion where we can really get together and see all the different angles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brooksberger. Yeah, that approval came as the rain fell after business hours, so it was interesting timing, that's for sure. Next on our speakers list, we have Councillor Darren Oakland.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Like my fellow councillors, I'm all in favor of doing whatever we can as quickly as we can to help the people in Ashby. I know the flooding there has just been tremendous, and I've heard from maybe 14, 15 people in my district today who've experienced flooding. Nothing to the degree that they have, thank God. But it's still, the flooding is getting more severe everywhere, and like Lauren alluded to earlier before, preventative maintenance could maybe help a lot. I know the public works guys in my area have been great too, and I just feel for the people. Like today, I've heard from some people today, like 9-10 times this has happened in the last couple of years, and insurance policies have been canceled because they've had multiple, claims due to water, and these people have nowhere to turn. I think anything we can do to help people with flooding, and it is a problem all throughout the CBRM, and I think it's something we have to take a look at down the road to help other people in other areas as well. But of course, first we have to help the people at Ashby, and whatever we can do as quick as we can, I'm all 100% in support. Thank you.
Much appreciated, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Steve Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. I just have a couple of suggestions, as you offered in your initial remarks. As far as doing other consultation flooding areas, I certainly agree with that. We also have flooding out in the rural areas, for example, where we've never had flooding before. I think that could be a good topic of conversation at a meeting that would be suggested by council to get together to talk about these areas of opportunities. As far as the research in terms of what's available and funding, for be it federal or provincial, just a suggestion that maybe our community consultant, Michael Terrett in your office, could take that responsibility on and find out those pertinent details of what's available, and then to communicate that with public through our communications person. Thank you.
Excellent suggestions, Councillor, especially like I said, in light of that funding being announced just this week by the provincial government in terms of floodline planning, taking into consideration what is happening in the rural areas. I want to kind of run on your coattails there. Councillor Brooksberger suggested that we, as soon as possible, come together and have these conversations about what more can be done. I do want to put it out there that we really do need to have Department of Transportation and Infrastructure Renewal at that table as well, because we share the community, and there's infrastructure that belongs to the province, there's infrastructure that belongs to us. It all needs to jive in order to work. And I think in some instances, and Councillor Gillespie and I were having conversations before, when it doesn't jive, it's a disaster. And so making sure TIR is at that table is important too.
I totally agree, Mayor. In fact, today we've got gravel roads that you can't get an ambulance or an emergency vehicle down there, and then that's scary. And
it's
I think
terrifying.
this is a one-off storm that we still have to do something for these folks, because they are taxpayers, even though they may live on a private road. But what I'm suggesting is, if there's emergencies that could be happening, not only in basements, but on roads, and that's something we should look at as a part of the whole conversation. Thank you.
Great. Sorry. Next, we have Councillor Steve Gillespie.
Thank you, Mayor McDougall, and Councillor Parsons and I, of course, agree on the issues that when it comes to the rural and the suburban parts of the municipality, we do need to talk to the province of Nova Scotia, and not just the Department of Transportation, but there are also Department of Environment, as well as the departments that deal with the brooks and streams and waterways that are currently in the municipality. We have outdated infrastructure that the province of Nova Scotia is responsible for. And the unfortunate part is they are struck with budgetary issues that come up on a daily basis. We have flooding in a lot of areas. I've spent the entire day today, most of yesterday, most of Sunday, most of Saturday, talking to residents just in my district who've had flooding. We know that the 2016 Thanksgiving Day flood changed the direction of water, whereas we have all heard people get water now that never got water before. And these 100-year storms are happening 3 or 4 times a year now. So we have a lot of questions to answer and a lot of questions to ask as well. Mayor McDougall, I would also encourage, not only do we include the federal and provincial governments, but I would also like to look outside the box a little bit and maybe have a discussion with ACAP Cape Breton when it comes to what they can offer when it comes to this. I know that ACAP has approached the municipality at one point in time with regards to water that is being directed into the system from weeping tile that shouldn't be there. And that of course is a major problem because when it backs up, all of a sudden now there's a sewer backup in a home that has the proper mitigation structure set up in the home, such as backwater valves. But when you tie your weeping tile into outflow of sanitary water, the worst possible situation can happen. So I would hope that we would try to look outside the box as well, but to make sure that not only DOT, but the other departments of the provincial government that deal with these waterways are also invited. Thank you.
So just so council is aware, I know there's some more people on the speakers list. I am keeping track of all of these suggestions. So rather than have a motion, what I can do is add all of these into my actions that come out of the meeting at the end of the meeting. And what we'll do is we'll just check off the list. We need to go through each of them. So we'll just get an agreement to go forward with the actions after we conclude this discussion, if that's okay with everybody. Okay, great suggestions as well, Councillor Gillespie. I know our engineering department has been in contact with ACAP about a homeowners program and looking into what other jurisdictions are doing too. So when it comes to backwater valves, when it's coming to, that disconnection that's so important from our sewer infrastructure, really, really effective stuff that people can do on their own. And look at you, Darren Brooksberger got his homeowner's guide to flood prevention.
I have that as well. And,
Star
Darren,
of the class tonight. Very good, Councillor. That's awesome and very helpful. There's so much good information. So maybe what we can do too is share the link, because there is an electronic version of that storm homeowner's guide to flood prevention, an electronic version that we can share with the public as well. Okay, next Councillor Parsons, did you want to come back for a question? I have it. No, I had you twice. That was a direct message. Okay, sorry. Councillor Ken Tracy, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor, and I won't be long. I echo the same comments as my colleagues, but what I want to do really is give a shout out to our staff, especially the past week, and I seen it firsthand. These guys in the trenches and up to their waist, pretty much in flooding and trying to redirect rainwater away from people's houses, and listening to some of the constituents out on the street in the middle of the rain, how upset and how nervous they are of everything that's been happening. So, but again, our staff, and I know throughout the whole CBRM, staff have been working really hard, like out the door at midnight, Friday night or Saturday morning, and up all day working through all of this mess, really. But so I just want to give a shout out to them, And I'm certainly in favor for whatever we come up with, getting a meeting together, like Councillor Brooksberger said, and see what ideas we can pull together here to try to rectify this for sure. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, Councillor. Great comments. And yeah, there's been so much work, blood, sweat, and tears put into making sure the community is helping cope with this water, and our staff are doing a really incredible job. Okay, next we have Councillor Glenn Parouche.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and to riding coattails, I'm going to ride Mr. Tracy's coattails there, because I know within District 6, I know Public Works and Wayne, yourself, the many times that I reach out to you guys when something's going wrong, and these departments do work extra hard. And back to what Councillor Brooksberger said, I'm just wondering if it's possible, Madam Mayor, if we could have a special meeting sometime sooner than later to actually start to discuss this, because I know the people in my area, it's been one of their major concerns lately is what are we doing for them? And I know there's lots of questions, there's lots of things going on. So I would like if we could have a special meeting sooner than later to discuss exactly what we're going to be doing going forward with these types of funding. Thank you.
Fantastic. Yep. I'll just really quickly, because I know we have our presenters that are waiting so patiently, and just want to shout out to you all too. Thank you for your patience as we have these important discussions. So what has come from this discussion, this first chat about continuing with flood mitigation in the CBRM, we will have Mr. Target from my office do some research into identifying some of those community-based resources for homeowners, funding opportunities for municipalities, and really putting together some information to help us have more discussion going forward. We can have a special meeting where we bring together our municipal, provincial departments, experts to have some conversations. We don't have to just limit ourselves to the first list of flood mitigation projects from 2018. However, bringing CBCL back in to look at those and review those options is definitely important. We're talking about retaining water, and I know there are some medium effectiveness projects that were in that list that we could possibly look at again. Invite ACAP Cape Breton to come in for some advisement around those homeowner programs. Councillor Darren Berkshwager put that homeowner's guide to flood mitigation up. That is really amazing. And there's so many resources in there. We need to make sure that's in the hands of every resident, and that every resident has those lists of phone numbers and folks to call in a time of need. So maybe there's more that we can do. They definitely have the expertise to do that. Anything I've missed? Any huge? I don't think so.
If I could speak, Madam Mayor, I had a second question.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, not a problem. I figured you were
going to go ahead. I was on a roll. My bad.
Oh yeah, no. I just assumed it's hard trying to keep track of all the chats. I get it. If I could, Madam Mayor, just in regards to, I guess, some outfalls, if I can use that term, that comes with the flood mitigation, and we're seeing that now. I have in my district several calls, and in particular last night, I was out about 9:30 last night. When people are having these waters come into their basements, they're pumping them out and they're pumping them down their driveways into the street network. And it's causing safety issues. And I think if we could have this part of that discussion, it's a different issue, but it's coming from the flooding conditions that we have. I'll give you an example. Last night at 9:30, Boulder, with the stop sign that comes on to Newlands Avenue, there was a wall of ice probably 8 inches high. You could not even pull up to the stop sign to go on the Newlands Avenue. You had to go onto the wrong side of the road just to stop your car. Other than that, you would have smashed the whole front end of a vehicle. So these are creating problems, and it's coming from these flood issues that we have. So I would like to at least maybe have some discussions with staff on these various properties throughout the municipality that are pumping these waters out of their basements into the streets, and then having deep freezes and causing safety issues. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
No, great point, Councillor. So I've just added to the list, especially when we're talking about those homeowner programs and education, the safe diversion of water from properties really needs to be top of mind. So I don't necessarily need a motion. I feel like I have enough direction from council on where we want to go. Like I said, if council is in agreement, I'll just add all of these actions to our list of to do that will come for our meeting. So is it agreed that I will just take that list that I put out there to you and add it to our to-do list at the end?
Here.
See lots of shaking heads.
Agreed.
Okay. Again, thank you all for your patience and with our agenda today. We've been taking things off and putting things on, but this was a really important one. So appreciate your contributions to this conversation. I think I got a little excited there and lost my agenda. Okay, so now we're going to move to item number 4 on our agenda, which is delegations. So our patient guests this evening, Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation, are going to be here. We have a wonderful group led by CEO Paula McNeil. We have the chair of the Cancer Care Here at Home campaign, Mike McPhee. I see, there you are. You're here too, Mike. The talented surgeon, Dr. Rex Dunn, also part of the Cancer Care Here at Home campaign, and Stan Mcdonald, who is the chair of the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation. So again, thank you all for your patience, and we're really looking forward to your presentation tonight.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for allowing us to speak this evening. Do I have permission to share my screen?
You have a thumbs up. Yep.
I do. Good. Yeah, so I'm Paula McNeil, and I'm the CEO for the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation. Hello from downtown Sydney Mines. I was happy to see the Scotia Bank issue up there. Thank you to our Councillor Gordon. I wanted to, as I said, thank you all, and I'm going to give you an idea of what our agenda is going to be about this evening. I'm going to do a few introductions. I'll expand upon what the mayor has done, and I will also, you will be given an opportunity to hear a little bit about the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation, our cancer care program here in the Eastern Zone of Nova Scotia Health, and of course the whole purpose of our presentation this evening, which is to tell you about the Cancer Care Here at Home campaign. For introductions, I'm joined by the chair of our board, who is Stan Mcdonald. Stan was born and raised in Sydney. You may know him as a VP with Cape Breton Beverages. He's also a Riverview High School alumni, and I hear good things about his hockey career there. So he and his wife Stephanie, their 3 children were born and raised here in Sydney, and his son JJ actually has JJ's Plant-Based Eats restaurant in Sydney. Dr. Rex Dunn. So lucky day for Cape Breton in 1979 when Dr. Dunn, who is a general and vascular surgeon, came to Cape Breton. So he's had a career of over more than 40 years. He's a wonderful individual, great sailor, and an outstanding volunteer as a member of our campaign cabinet for this Cancer Care Here at Home campaign. And I am also joined by a gentleman who grew up in River Bourgeois. His parents still live in River Bourgeois. He now lives in St. Margaret's Bay outside of Halifax, where he is a senior advisor with RBC Wealth Management. And he's perhaps most well known for his hockey career, where he won an NHL as the assistant captain with the Montreal Canadiens. And probably most importantly to us, he's an outstanding volunteer as the chair of our campaign for the Cancer Care Here at Home campaign. The Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation, it was formed way back in 1985 by a group of amazing volunteers. You'll all recognize the name Jack Yeaser. So Jack Yeaser got a group of people together, and they were actually lobbying for a regional center for health, which eventually became the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation, and the hospital. And the hospital receives more than 600,000 patient visits a year. So it's a busy place, and it's very important, as you know, to our community. The foundation itself since that time has raised more than $55 million to support the healthcare needs of Cape Bretoners. And we disperse approximately 1.5 every year for the healthcare needs of Cape Bretoners. When I took this particular role, I was very attracted. I've been at the foundation for just over a year. I came from Cape Breton University. And when I took the role, I was very attracted by this new cancer center build. But I have to say, I was so impressed to learn what the foundation does on a daily basis to support the needs of patients. Everything from helping to pay for medications, dental work, transportation, and equipment. The big and the small, the Cape Breton Regional Hospital Foundation handles it all for the community of Cape Breton and beyond. I am going to turn things over now to the chair of our board, Stan Mcdonald, to talk specifically about cancer care in the eastern zone of Nova Scotia Health.
Thanks, Paula. Mayor McDougall, council, managers, directors. Before I get started, I just want to make one little correction, Paula. It was Sydney Academy, not Riverview. And in case you don't know, those two schools have a little friction between them, just in case you know. So anyway, so we cleared that up.
I'm not fired, am I?
The review is coming up, remember. Since the original 25,000 square foot cancer center opened in 1998, new cancer diagnoses have increased by 135%. Patient visits have increased from 15,000 to 45,000. The Cape Breton Cancer Center currently cares for 150 to 200 patients per day. The new cancer center will be 65,000 square feet, 2.5 times or more than the present one. 1 or 2 Canadians are expected to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. In Nova Scotia, we rank 3rd in the country for cancer diagnoses, 6,900 people diagnosed each year. These rates are even higher within Nova Scotia Health's eastern zone, which includes Cape Breton, Antigonish, and Guysborough County. Quite honestly, the old cancer center is bursting at the seams. The need is great for a new facility, equipment, programs. That's why we have launched our Cancer Care at Home campaign. Now, before passing our presentation to one of my colleagues, I believe it's Rex Dunn, I just want to make the following comment. Most of us wouldn't give the cancer center a second thought unless we had to or until we use it. I used to be in that group. I'm a cancer survivor, and for the past 16 years, I've been a frequent patient at our cancer center. And except for the PET scan that I had to go to Sherbrooke, Quebec for, I received all my treatments here at home. And I'm thankful for that. So now I'll pass it on to Rex. I believe you're next on the list. Thank you.
I think it's me, Stan. This is Mike.
Sorry,
yeah,
Mike.
No problem. No problem. Thanks, Stan. And thanks, Mayor McDougall and Council for letting us present this evening. I think the numbers are pretty grim, as Stan mentioned, and I think we all have our cancer stories. My dad's a cancer survivor. I can't count the number of uncles I've lost to cancer. Recently lost my brother-in-law, 56 years old. So we all have our stories, and we know that the numbers for Cape Breton are as bad as anywhere in the country. When Paula and Stan asked me to be chair last year, about 12 months ago now, I realized how important the cause it was, and I also knew Stan's story, so it didn't take me long to say yes. We launched, maybe we can go ahead a little bit, Paula, if you're moving the slides. We launched our campaign just a couple of months ago in November, and it's a $10 million campaign. We've had a great start. We're over the halfway mark. The second half is always the toughest. Our main goals are to improve cancer care for Cape Bretoners, but also to try and have it so Cape Bretoners don't have to go to Halifax or Sherbrooke or anywhere else for their care. So that's really that's why we call it the Cancer Care Here at Home campaign. We've been working over a year now. Back in January, we actually launched in November, but we started back in January. After I accepted, the first job was to build a cabinet of community leaders, people who were going to roll up their sleeves and get to work. And very happy to, you can see the six people who have joined our cabinet. All our leaders in our community. Dr. Rex Dunn, Paula just introduced. He's our medical expert. He's going to be talking next about one of the committees he's been on to help us out. Most people know George Unsworth and Dwight Rutherham from Sydney. George, I did have one thing that I needed before I said yes. I needed George to say yes, because George is he's involved in most of these fundraising campaigns, has been for many years, and so George said yes right away. We also have three I guess business people. The other three on the cabinet. Martha Van Zoofen Campbell is from Mabu. Bob McCackman from Port Hawkesbury, and Catherine Van Nostrand from Sydney, all business leaders in their community. We had one of our first meetings was with Chief Terry Paul to talk to him about the campaign. Chief Terry Paul, everybody knows, and certainly he's probably known across the country. And I asked him to be our honorary chair, and it took him about 2 seconds to say yes. And he's already been rolling up his sleeves and making calls, and was able to get several large donations for us already. So we have a great team. We also have Paula and her staff, obviously a big part of that team. We have more than just that. We have advisors and ambassadors to Cape Breton on the side that we use as advisors and for help with the campaign. I'm going to come back later, but I'm going to pass it over to Rex first of all. When we launched the campaign, we had to come up with a wish list. What are we going to buy with the $10 million? And it's our wish list was long, but we had to whittle it down to the most important things that would help us achieve our goal of improving cancer care in Cape Breton. So, Dr. Dunn, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, Rex.
Okay. All right then. So thank you very much, Mike and Mayor McDougall and Council and all that are attending. My thanks too for hearing our what we have to say today. Very important for our community, I think. We are in the midst of once in a lifetime redevelopment project up on the hill there. I'm sure you've seen all the activity up there. It is truly amazing what is going to happen up there. And of course, one of the big things is a new cancer center. It's hard to believe when I first came to Breton, there was no cancer center whatsoever. Chemotherapy was given in the outpatients departments or doctor's offices, and we have come an awful long way since then. So my job was to connect with health professionals and determine what would be the kind of things that we could raise money for that might not otherwise be funded and yet are very much needed. There's a process to go through. One has to be certain that local authorities are aware of what you're doing. You don't want to buy something inappropriate and find that after all, they're not going to cover ongoing costs. It's very important to have that all straight. Most of these things that I'm going to mention are on the provincial list for equipment, and they are all ranked according to their acuity. And so we look at that list as well. So I'll just go through it quickly, but I want to start by talking about the PET scan that is not on the list, and that Dan actually mentioned. This is a fairly new type of imaging, positron, electron tomography, and it has become a standard in workup of certain types of cancer. And the actual fact is that if you don't have that test completed, many doctors will not actually commence your treatment. They need to have that information, they feel. So this means that about 500 trips a year are made by Cape Bretoners to Halifax, where the only machine in the province currently exists. So it would only make sense when you're spending as much money as you are on a beautiful new cancer center in Cape Breton. Why wouldn't you put a PET scanner there? And we had hoped to have that as our lead gift, and maybe it yet will be, but at the present time, it still hasn't been approved by the government that they will agree for us to do that and commit them to the costs ongoing. It's ironic that the previous government had, just before the election was called, agreed to do it, but unfortunately didn't get in. And so we're not back to square one by any means, but we don't have the approval yet. So the ones that we are looking at, and I'll just quickly get through these. There's a thing called a Variant Identified Guidance System. Basically what that is, we have a very good radiotherapy unit up there, 2 machines and a wonderful staff. But this particular system allows it to be even more precise, more accurate than it has ever been, and is becoming a standard throughout the industry. A gamma camera, very important for scans, bone scans, liver scans, head scans. We've had one, and it has been very well used, very important in cancer, but it had reached the end of its useful life, just hanging on. And I'm pleased to report on that one that the foundation has already reached an agreement to be certain that that one is funded. There's a little one called image-guided sinus surgery. You'll never hear that unless you're one of the rare people that gets a cancer in their sinus, and it's not common, but if you are going to treat it, you really need to be up to date and have the system. We have 2 talented ENT surgeons here, young ones that are keen to use it, and we would like to see that available. Radio frequency ablation generator, big name, but what that does is for certain cancers, some primaries and a number of secondaries, you're able to ablate that tumor by putting a small electrode right in the middle of it, kind of giving it a little blast, kill only the cells involved. It's a tricky business, and it requires good imaging as well as a generator. We have had the equipment in the past, and we'd like to make sure they have the latest. Ultrasound for breast CA, we'd like to have a specific one for that. Cardiac ultrasound, very important. You need to know if your patient is tolerating the chemotherapy. We have some now, but we need more. And another imaging equipment room for biplane interventional radiology. A big fancy word for very good images, so that if you need to have some emergency bypasses of your tumor, and that happens, you don't have to get in the car or ambulance and go to Halifax. Personal favorite of mine is the thoracic clinic here. Since we stopped doing thoracic surgery about 10 years ago, unfortunately, we're getting behind. Our patients are having to travel, and there's some talk of starting one. We'd like to be a part of that one and support it. You talk about a thing that would prevent unnecessary trips to Halifax. I think that's one. So those are the major things. We have a couple of other things I'll just mention quickly. Paula talked about patient programs. They're very important. We're certainly going to contribute to that. We've had a number of patients that were greatly aided by all the things that are listed there in the presentation. Research and innovation, very important. This is a hospital up here that's the second in line in terms of the number of research proposals and programs going on. It's only it has to be a certain size to make it happen. And you might be surprised to learn there's upwards of 20 clinical trials going on at any given time. But if we can provide financing, it wouldn't all necessarily have to be industry funded. Not that they're necessarily bad projects. It's just that it's good to have your own people coming up with their own research. So I'd be happy to answer any questions on any of those. And so I'll stop right there. Thank you. Can't hear.
There we go. Paula, did you have anything you wanted to continue on with the presentation? I know there's a few slides left.
Yeah, I know. I think I'll
Mike?
close in, Amanda. Thanks.
Perfect.
We're probably running a little longer than we were allotted time, so we'll finish up. I think just to sort of sum up, this is a transformational opportunity for Cape Breton and this cancer care center, and it will be an anchor in the community, and I believe will attract a lot of medical professionals and probably even retirees to Cape Breton in the long term. We do have an ask for council this evening. We went back to numbers from going. I guess first of all, patient visits. There are approximately 3,200 total patient visits to unique patient visits. So that's individual patients to the cancer center. 2,500 of those come from CBRM. So obviously that's approximately 80%, and the average number of visits per year is we've worked out is approximately 14. So over 44,000 visits from CBRM to the cancer center. Our ask to council is that they consider matching what they gave in 2009 to the cancer center expansion. They pledged $500,000. So that would be our ask this evening to council. We appreciate the time. We do have time for if you guys have any questions. If you have any questions later, you can contact Paula or myself.
Hi there. Thank you so kindly. I know we do have Cyril Mcdonald on the speakers list looking to ask some questions.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And I not so much questions, I guess, but more to echo my support and my Mike said it well. We all have a cancer story. I have a cancer story near and dear to me, and I won't get into that right now because nobody wants to see me cry on council. But I've organized fundraisers for the cancer center in the past. As the co-chair of the Cape Breton Unionized Trades Dragon Boat Festival, a monthly donor to the foundation for a number of years. The cancer center, you don't know what it is until you need it. And when my family needed the Cancer Patient Care Fund, it was there. And to anybody that doesn't think that this is somewhere that we should put our support, it's all of our support should be here, and the work that you and your team are doing is absolutely amazing and outstanding, and I wish you all the best. And Mike, I'm even though I'm not a Montreal fan, it's an honor to be in a room with you and and listen to you and hear you speak. And Stan, I thought for a minute you were a Riverview alumni, and I got really excited, but I won't hold Sydney Academy against you. Mike, my dog was barking in the background and I missed the ask. If you could just repeat that for me, and then I'll sum up.
Sure. Thanks, Cyril. Appreciate the kind words. We are asking for actually what CVRM would have pledged in 2009 for the Cancer Center expansion, an amount of $500,000.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'll probably get my knuckles wrapped if I'm not sure how we proceed. If it's appropriate, I'd like to move that we support the Cancer Center in whatever way we can. Perhaps this needs to come back to budget times, Madam Mayor. So I can certainly I'll hold my motion, Mike, until our budget talks, because this is one for me that's a no-brainer. We can find money to repair sprinklers downtown at the cost of $150,000. I think we can dig deep and we can support the Cancer Center here in Cape Breton. So thanks for your hard work, and I'll put my motion on hold until budget time, but I appreciate you being here.
Great. What we can do, Councillor Cyril Mcdonald, is perhaps seek a motion of council for staff to bring back some information. They can have some conversations with the foundation and bring back information to council in regards to ways in which we can support these important initiatives.
Sure.
I'll leave that to the discussion of council for sure, but it would probably be prudent before we head into budget to have the staff and do a little bit of investigations for us.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so I'm just trying to look at my speakers list here. Next, we have Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thank you, Mayor, and I guess that's where I was heading. We're going to need a staff report on this for sure. It's certainly something that's worthwhile. I can't believe the progress and what's happening at the regional and other facilities in CBRM. It's just fantastic. And no doubt the Cancer Center is something that is busting at the seams. I've heard that many times. And so they need more space, and that's going to happen. And with that comes equipment and everything to go with it. So I'm sure we're there. This year, I hope, was a good venue to get the message out to people that if they can, they should donate to the hospital foundation for sure. As Cyril said, Mr. McVie, it's an honor, sir, to be in your presence here. You were a heck of a corner man. I'll tell you, I always enjoyed watching in hockey, Mike, but just not my team, Mike. That's all. But
yeah.
But with that
Thanks.
said, I always had a lot of respect for you, sir, and watched you through the years. And you're actually 3 weeks younger than me, so you can see the timeline that I've been watching hockey. So with that said, Mayor, again, I'm very supportive, and I'm sure that we'll do everything we can at this level to help the regional in any way we can. So thank you all for your presentation, and thanks for your volunteerism to be involved in this such a worthy thing that you're doing. And, Dr. Dunn, you've had a heck of a career and a heck of a reputation here in our community for your awesome work. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thanks, Darren.
Thank you,
And I think
Councillor.
your Leafs have us this year.
Next, we have Councillor Lauren Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I too want to thank the committee for their fine presentation and the hard work they are doing on behalf of the Cures Cancer at Home here. And I too, like Councillor Brooksberger, it's an honor, and as Cyril had indicated, to be in the same room as you, even if it's only virtual. Mike, I got to say, back in the day, I was a Montreal fan at the will of my mom. So I understand the plight of the Leafs and the Montreal Canadian thing there. Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering here, Cyril alluded to it earlier in terms of the ask here. The the ask is for $500,000. I think that Darren summed it up as well, that we should have a staff issue paper, bring that back to budget. It's a budgetary item. We, as a council, we can't go outside of budget and approve that ask right now, Mike. It's just the way that council works. But I, fully support the Cancer Association cares at home, and obviously it's a crucial and important part for everybody. I mean, I'm sure there's not a person on this council that hasn't been touched in some way by cancer, some shape or form, and it's unfortunate. It would be nice that we see the day where it doesn't exist and there'd be no need for this. But unfortunately, that's a long way off, and we got to continue to do the fight and do the hard work here on the ground. But so with that being said, Madam Mayor, I would move that we send this direct to budget talks and deliberations when we go into budget, and have staff come back with an issue paper. And if we did it last year, let's make it a line item this year, and let's just simply get it done. Just want to thank the committee again, and thank you for all the hard work you do on behalf of the residents for CBRM and the entire province, because I'm sure we definitely have people outside of the CBRM accessing the cancer facility. So I want to thank you, and whatever we can do, I'm here to support you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just for clarity, I just want to make sure that you moved that motion to. Yes,
to send it to budget.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll second if it was moved. I'd like to second that motion if it was moved. Thank you.
There's a lot of excitement here, folks. Big fights for seconding. So moved by Councillor Lauren Green, seconded by Councillor Steve Gillespie, that we defer this to budget with a staff issue paper. I know there's a couple more speakers on the list. If you would like, we can call the question. Question has been called. Discussion on the motion. So I know that Councillor Tracy and Councillor Edwards wanted to speak. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Tracy?
Mayor, just very quickly, just want to shout out to the team there. That it was a great presentation, and I'm sure, like everybody, like my family's been at some point in time been affected by cancer, and like Mike and Stan, been around a long time, hockey guys. You guys accumulated a very good team here, a very strong team. I'm sure you're proud to be part of that. And I'm sure on a lighter note, Stan, if you had Mike on the left side in your glory days with the Metro Bees, you'd probably score 100 in a season. Although you could score, there's no question about it, but I'm sure with a guy like that on your flank, left side, it would certainly be a lot easier. But again, guys, thanks very much for your presentation, and well done, and pretty excited about the project. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Ken.
I just want to add, it was very strategic having somebody so embedded in the hockey culture to lead the campaign on Cape Breton Island. That was very smart. Next on our speaking list, we have Councillor James Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I too would like to say that well, not only mine, but every family, I think, is affected by this terrible disease at one point in time. And so I just wanted to thank the committee for their presentation. It was a real eye-opener. The statistics are incredible. So I will be supporting Councillor Green's motion as well. And just on a lighter note, I'm sure Mike, Stan was a fan of yours in '86 when you were winning the Stanley Cup. And Stan, I'm sure Mike was a fan of yours in '72 when you were leading the Metro Bees and winning the Atlantic Canadian Championship. So congratulations to both. And I certainly agree with the mayor. Very strategic, having such great people involved, and along with Dr. Dunn and Paula McNeil as well. Thank you very much, everybody, and job well done.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, Councillor. And next we have Councillor Gordon Mcdonald.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And Paula, Stan, Mike, Dr. Dunn, thank you for your presentation. thank you for what the task you're undertaking. When it comes to heroes, you people are heroes. Cancer touches everybody's life here in Cape Breton, it seems. Nobody seems to escape it. But you guys have spoke about being home, taking your treatment. I can tell you from firsthand experience, what it's done for me. It saved me 6 months of travel to Halifax for chemotherapy. It saved me 30 trips to the radiation department for full brain radiation. And it gave me the ability to stay home with my family during some of the most darkest times of my life. I was diagnosed with a rare brain cancer and a terminal brain cancer back in 2001. And just before that, it was shortly after the cancer center opened, but they just started the satellite program there. And Dr. Steve Kubin, who was my caretaker at the time, who's no longer here, was my main guy at Halifax. So I took my first chemo in Halifax, and the difference being in Halifax taking my second one here in Cape Breton and taking the other 6 months worth in Cape Breton, it was quite remarkable. The kindness and the care and then the compassion that comes from that facility. You could stay here and talk about it all day, about how truly caring these people are. If I had the $10 million in my back pocket, I'd give it to you myself. That's how important this cancer center is to our community. The kind of equipments that you are asking for, I don't think those are big asks. I think the province shouldn't even be hesitating on these asks, and they should be jumping on board in full willingness to support this effort. So for me, you got my full support in whatever funding is being looked for. I will do whatever I can as well to be able to bring funding to this kind of facility. This is a long time coming for this expansion, and the amount of security that this brings to people that know that they'll be able to stay here at home and not travel to Halifax, and then the fear of going to Halifax instead. It's just unless you live it, you really can't really truly appreciate the ability to drive 20 minutes, because when you take chemo, the end of your day is not really very much fun. So, to be able to be home in your own bed and having the people that you are comfortable with to be able to care for you, it goes a long way. So for me, you guys are heroes. The people that work at the cancer center are heroes, and you have my full support. So anything that happens, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gordon. And thank you for telling us your story, because it's the stories of these are real people, right? That have cancer, and we all know some, and we've heard the same story that you just told about the importance of your life is turned upside down when you get a cancer diagnosis, and to be able to be close at home, sleep in your own bed, have family and friends nearby for support is really important. That's a big part of our campaign. Is a big objective of the campaign is to try and have as much of those treatments at home in Cape Breton. Thank you.
Thank you so kindly, Councillor. Councillor Steve Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't repeat what everybody else said. Of course, I'm certainly behind this campaign, but I think I'm going to take a liberty tonight, and I'm going to challenge Paula, actually. Paula, I deliver council, all members of council and our management team, to participate in a major fundraiser, be it an event or something to that. And we all got friends out there. We all got corporate friends out there. And I'm sure together collectively, if you want to do a fundraiser involving CBRN Council Mayor, by all means. I think I wouldn't be remiss if I say everybody agree with me on that one. So feel free. I'm in. Gordon said he's in. I'm sure we all will. Thank you.
I took the liberty of adding it to our to-do list, Councillor.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Councillor Glenn Parouche.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'd just like to thank the Cancer Care at Home group here. The work you guys do is absolutely amazing. Like it's been said before, there's nobody in this virtual room that cancer hasn't touched. I won't go into that. I'll just go into my own personal story. I still get teary thinking about it, but the care that we received for my late father up there, and Gordon, you mentioned Dr. Kubin, and I think in amongst those names, Dr. McCormick has to be mentioned. That man has saved more lives or prolonged lives. Saliba, the list goes on and on, to the nurses. It's like everybody said, and until you've stepped in those doors and seen the mass amount of people, whether they're traveling from Inverness or they're coming from Acadia Drive, wherever it is, there's not a seat left in the house, unfortunately, which is tough sometimes. So I commend you guys for that. Having this type of care at home and having a new cancer center, and it's been said, did not have to travel to Halifax. It's one of the scariest days, not only for the person that is receiving the news, but for the families as well. So it's really nice, and it's amazing that we can bring this level of care, which is top notch, second to none, to all of our residents. I commend you guys, and for the technology, I know I will definitely be supporting the motion. If I could give you my house for money for cancer care, I would. So I would like to thank you all for everything, because there's not a person in Sydney or the surrounding areas that this hasn't touched. So I commend you guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, Councillor Eldon Mcdonald.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, and there's not much we can add, but wanted to just have my remarks heard that I appreciate everyone's efforts here that has presented tonight. I can pretty much sum it up by saying that it's a hard act to follow from what Councillor Gordon McDonald said. I think he sums it up pretty much on how I feel about things. His story is quite remarkable and quite moving in itself. It'll definitely have my support going forward to budget talks. I'm glad the issue paper has been requested, and I look forward to having those discussions. And I just thank you for all the work and time and effort that you guys are going to be putting into this campaign. They're not easy campaigns to do. Someone referenced at the beginning that it's, the first half is the quickest and the second half is the hardest. But I'm sure you guys will do an admirable job in getting that done as quickly as possible. I guess what I would close with, there's been some hockey talk, I guess, that has happened through the evening, and here and staying in the Metro Bees, I wasn't expecting to hear that. So maybe Gordy Grant's name may ring a bell with you as maybe a bench boss between you and Mike at the bench. So I'll leave it at that. But thank you very much for all your time and efforts. Greatly appreciated.
Thanks, Eldon.
Thanks, Eldon.
Thank you, Councillor. And next we have Councillor Steve Gillespie.
Thank you, Mayor McDougall, and thank you very much for the presentation, Paula, Stan, Dr. Dunn, and Mike McPhee. Paula and I go back a long way, over 30 years. I think you were only 8 or 9 at the time, so make sure I point that out. Stan, I've known Stan a long, long time. We are actually distantly related. As well as Stan being a resident of mine in the Sydney River area. And I've been only under the knife a couple of times, and 2 of those times were Dr. Dunn. The only other individual I didn't have a relationship with from this presentation was Mike McPhee. And unfortunately, as a Bruin fan, I can't say anything nice about you. So that's just the way it is. Your team and you yourself have hurt me in many, many ways, and I just can't forgive it. I'm sorry. I'm not as big a man as Councillor Darren Brooksberger is. I have had a relationship with the foundation for as long as the foundation has been around. I worked very hard for the foundation for a number of years with my former job during the radiothons, and it is a great thing to see in this community. And I am so glad that this project is going forward. And I thank the levels of government that have been involved. And I thank the MLAs who have stood up to the governments who said that we need this project. And I thank you all very much for your time today.
Thanks, Steve.
Thank you kindly, Councillor. So we do have a mover and seconder of the motion. No further.
Amanda, could I speak too, please? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Councillor O'Quinn, my apologies. I must have missed you there. Go ahead.
No worries. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Like my colleagues, I'd like to throw my full support behind this campaign as well. And cancer has touched my family as well. Where I see it the most, running a barbershop, my average age of my customers is probably 75 to 80 years old. I see a lot of my customers coming in, they're diagnosed with cancer, they come in, they're down and out. And they go into the Cape Breton Cancer Center and they get a new perspective. Like they come in after that, they're upbeat. You guys do a lot for these people. And thanks to you guys, a lot of these people are still coming in for haircuts. And whatever we can do to support the Cancer Center, I really like to throw my support behind it as well as everyone else. And great job, guys. And Mike McPhee, I hate to say it, but I am a Leaf fan as well, too. So just like the other Darren.
They're coming out of the woodwork.
Sorry about that, buddy. Yeah.
Sorry about
Good work,
that,
guys.
Mike.
Keep up
They
the good
all
work.
can't be happening.
Okay, folks. So we do have a mover and seconder. Thank you so much for sharing that, Councillor O'Quinn. Looking for the question, please. Question has been called. Council, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Again, thank you to our delegation for coming in this evening. I'll share something ever so quickly before we let you go for the evening. Very excited that council is so supportive. I have added that challenge to do a fundraiser. Councillor Parsons, I'm going to name you chair of the fundraising committee for this effort.
Madam Mayor, if I can, I'll make
Go
the
ahead.
first move. I will donate a week's salary to the campaign as a councillor.
I will match that, Madam Mayor.
Me too.
Okay, we're gonna get this in writing, folks, for you guys. We'll get moving on this.
I also think we should have a dunk tank.
Oh dear.
Are you up first, Steve?
Absolutely. There's a lot of
Okay,
people who don't
folks, I'm
like
going to
me.
call a little order here, please. We're just going to bring it back. Thank you to everybody who participated in this delegation this evening. You are doing truly incredible work in our communities. The foundation touches every single person's life who goes through our healthcare system. And I was sharing this with Paula before Christmas. So my little fella tends to have to go to Halifax a lot to the IWK for his appointments. And I went into the pediatric unit, who are so incredible and take good care of my baby. And I was handed an envelope, and in the envelope, it was travel cards for Emmett. And I just presumed this was something to do with, his healthcare information, what have you. But what it was, the foundation gives the families of children who have to travel regularly for healthcare cards to help with the costs associated with their appointments. So I want to say, especially right before Christmas, for a family, we were prepared to go up and the expense, it was in the back of our mind, but you are doing amazing work and you're helping families. So I thought about the families that this would be a game changer, really, and what you're doing is incredible. So cancer, children, everything, you are remarkable human beings.
Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you.
And thank you very much for your time and for all your stories and all your support. We really appreciate it. We obviously understood that we weren't going to get an answer tonight, so that's all good. Thank you, council.
All right, thank you again for coming in, and we'll definitely be in touch.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, council. Next, we're going to move to item number 5 on our, Councillor Edwards, you had your hand up there? No? Oh, sorry. I thought I saw your hand.
I'm saying bye to the presenters. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Oh, Zoom. All right. Item number 5, planning issues. Item 5.1 is final approval and public hearing. Item A, case 108, request from Metro Rifle and Pistol Club to permit an outdoor weapon shooting range at PID 151983995 Upper Leeches Creek Road. which is in District 3. So I will welcome our planner, Kristen Knutskoff, to our virtual platform.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I'm hoping everybody can hear me. If you can't, maybe somebody will let me know. I am going to share my screen. I have a presentation for you this evening. Should be able to see that now. And I'll dive into it. So the planning department has received a request from the Metro Rifle and Pistol Club for a new outdoor weapon shooting range on the property outlined in red on the map before you. So this property fronts onto Upper Leeches Creek Road, and it abuts the Department of Natural Resources public shooting range, which is located just to the south of the site. Here you can see a quick concept plan from the applicant for the shooting range, as well as some renderings that they submitted with their application. And you'll see that they have indicated that they plan to locate the ranges and the parking area to the south side of the property, on the side closer to the existing public range. Just quickly, in terms of the surrounding area, it is in a rural area within a rural zone. And it is surrounded by a mix of low density residential development, which is primarily to the north along Upper Leeches Creek Road. There's also a mix of primary industry as well as vacant lands in the vicinity. That being said, within 1 kilometer of the property, there are 24 main residential buildings. So what does the municipal planning strategy say about this proposal? The planning strategy states that outdoor weapon shooting ranges may only be considered by development agreement. So quickly, a development agreement is a legally binding contract between the municipality and the property owner that would specifically regulate the development for a specific property. The planning strategy, the applicable policy is Part 5, Policy 15B, and that policy states that an agreement can only be adopted if extensive setbacks and buffering can be included to protect adjoining properties. So I have included a draft development agreement with this issue paper, can be found on attachment D, and it's aimed at primarily reducing the noise impact on nearby properties, as well as reinforcing the safety measures that are set out pursuant to the Firearms Act. I have on your screen a couple of the terms. This is not the entirety of the terms within the agreement, but just to highlight a couple of them. So of course, the design, construction, and operations of the proposed range would need to obtain and maintain all necessary approvals under the Firearms Act. The agreement also includes minimum setback requirements. So I'll just quickly flip to this map. Again, this is also found within the issue paper. I believe it's attachment B. So the agreement requires that all points of fire be set back a minimum of 1,200 feet from any dwelling. That may be reduced to 1,000 feet for firearms that discharge only arrows, pellets, or 22 subsonic ammunitions. Back to the terms here. So there's also a requirement that any permit application, should the agreement be approved, must include a plan that will demonstrate measures to attenuate noise. And the hours of operation would be limited to 8 a.m. to dusk. Of course, under the Municipal Government Act, a public hearing is required before council can consider a development agreement. And this evening's public hearing was advertised in accordance with the Municipal Government Act in the Cape Breton Post. And in addition, it was advertised on our Facebook page and by mail to property owners within 1 kilometer of the site. As presented to council at the onset of COVID-19, of course, with gathering restrictions, it's been our practice to solicit written submissions for the public hearing, as well as accept voicemails, which can be transcribed. And a memo was circulated to council, which includes the full text copies of those public hearing submissions. There were a total of 142 submissions received prior to the deadline. That memo also includes a bit of a breakdown of those submissions, and I'll just quickly go over some of this. You'll see on this table that I've broken down the submissions by their location and whether they were supportive or opposed to the development. And I'll highlight that top line is submissions received from the Leaches Creek and Upper Leaches Creek communities. I've also mapped these, again, found within the memo circulated to council. So you can see here the subject property is in yellow, and the submissions in support are those green points, and submissions that are opposed are the red points. I also want to highlight that we did have a deadline on public hearing submissions, but we've continued to receive many more. So we did receive an additional 24 submissions of support and 1 submission against that, again, were received after that deadline. I've also included a summary of some of the points raised within the submissions. And again, within the memo, I won't read through each of those points, but some of them do touch on planning related matters that have been addressed within the draft agreement. So I do want to reiterate some of those. First, if a development agreement is approved by council, this would only be the first step for the proposed range in operating. As I mentioned, they would be required to obtain all necessary permits, licenses, and approvals pursuant to federal and provincial legislation. Of course, they would also be required to obtain a building and development permit, which would be assessed against the terms of the agreement. Again, the hours of operation would be limited to the same hours as the existing adjacent range, the existing DNR range. So that's from 8 a.m. to dusk. In terms of noise, in addition to limiting the hours of operation, we do have a significant setback to dwellings in the area and that requirement for a plan to attenuate noise. So that might include, in the site design, could include berms or baffled ranges or other methods that would assist in mitigating noise. The last point I want to make is to touch on enforcement. You'll see that many of the public hearing submissions made mention of the state of the existing DNR range. And of course, that is a public range that's operated by provincial government. And of course, that's outside of CBRM's jurisdiction. They're not required to get zoning approval or permits. That being said, this development, of course, is a private development and would be subject to municipal regulation and enforcement. And so should there be concerns or breaches of the terms of the agreement, the municipality would have the ability to seek specific performance or even terminate the agreement if necessary. Quickly, the options before council this evening are to approve the development agreement, again, provided in attachment D. If council disagrees that the agreement meets the planning strategy policy, council could also suggest an alternative setback distance or other measures to include in the agreement, or to refuse the development agreement. And so I believe that the proposed development agreement is in keeping with the planning strategy policy and that the planning related concerns have been addressed within the agreement. And so for that reason, I'm recommending that council approve the development agreement as presented. And that's it for me, but I'll be here for any questions.
Thank you, planner. Okay, so at this point, I was just getting some clarity because this is a virtual public hearing. So because it's a virtual public hearing, we did go the route of written submissions, phone calls being transcribed to be considered by council. I just want to make sure that folks are aware. Unfortunately, because of COVID circumstances and restrictions, this is how our public hearing process is going right now. So at this point, I will go to the speakers list for comment from council members. First, we have Councillor Cyril Mcdonald.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Kristen, for all of your work on this. I know you and I have spoken a couple of times. We had a conversation earlier today with some of my concerns, and I'll share some of those with my colleagues just as an FYI. When I read through what was submitted in our agenda package. Looks to me like, it's a no-brainer. We should just support this and we should move on. Everybody that responded, or most of those that responded, are in favor of it. But I'll just make note that most of those responded don't live in Leaches Creek or don't live in Upper Leaches Creek. And what's really interesting is the map that Kristen showed. All of those that are opposed to it in the area are actually I think there's 7 of the 8 homes within a kilometer radius are in opposition. So I'll just put that out to start. I would like to raise the question as well to my colleagues. Would you like a gun range in your backyard? And if the answer is yes, well, carry on. If the answer is no, then put yourself in the shoes of the residents in Upper Leaches Creek. They already have 1, now they're going to have 2. One of the issues that I raised when this was first addressed and brought to council initially around sending this to public hearing, Chief Robert Walsh and I have been in contact, as well as a couple of members of the community, as well as the MLA for the area, on the speed that happens on the Upper Leaches Creek Road. It's a straight road. It's a relatively low density in terms of population, but it's a highway. They start on one end and they don't slow down until they hit the dirt, and even at that, they're probably going far over the posted speed limit. There was conversations with some of the residents that I spoke to, and I spoke to a number of residents that were opposed to this. What does a gun range in my backyard do to my property value? We're not looking at $1 million properties on the Leaches Creek Road, but we are looking at people's homes. Residents have lived there for a long time and have invested money and time and energy into their properties. And again, we're not talking about 1 gun range now. We're talking about 2. I wonder why the proposal couldn't have gone on the other side of the DNR gun range that's already there. There would have been very few, if any, homes within a kilometer radius of the property. I wonder why the gun range had to go there, period. There's hundreds and hundreds of acres of vacant land in the municipality, but yet they had to go right next door to several property owners. One lady called me and said, how would you like it if you're out for a Sunday dinner with your family and every 5 minutes there's a gunshot out of your backyard? I know I wouldn't like it, and I maybe you would, I don't know. I'm wondering about dusk, and we talk about 8 a.m. to dusk, and as the days get longer, dusk gets later and later. And I think of the summer evenings that I spend outside with my family around a campfire before we pack it in for the night, and that might be 7 or 8 o'clock. Well, dusk hasn't hit yet. I wouldn't want gunshots going off while I'm trying to have an evening out with my children and my family. I've already touched on this, but I think it's worthwhile noting again the number of respondents. Was quite great. The membership of the gun club is over 300 members. Of course, the response is going to be in favor. Of course, they want a new gun range. There was responses that came from Gillespie, so perhaps we should look at Gillespie as a proponent. Or there was responses that came from Ashby. Maybe there's somewhere in Sydney that we could have this. And I'm sure you'll all laugh and shake your head and say, no, that's unreasonable. But I would say it's perfectly reasonable if it's reasonable to be put in the Upper Leaches Creek area. Kristen, you touched on the standards that the DNR range has to or doesn't have to follow because it's a provincially run and overseen range. I think it's time we hold our provincial body to task. And one of the members of the club that actually lives in the area that I met with today with Councillor Parouche talked to me about the state of the current DNR range, and shame on our province for allowing this to happen, and shame on the members for the etiquette or lack thereof when they attend this range. And I think it's time that we hold our province to task. So I'll leave it at that. I'll wait to hear what my colleagues have to say, and I'll put my 2 minutes in the bank because I'm sure I'm going to need them. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
You must have been timing yourself. That was perfectly 5 minutes. Next on the speakers list, we have Councillor James Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And like Councillor Mcdonald, when this first came to me, I thought it was a slam dunk too, with all of the support that it received via email and the like. Then I took a little closer look at the statistics that Kristen alluded to there earlier, where all of the support was from people who didn't live in the area. So they can go out and they can fire their guns, and then they can go home to their nice quiet backyard. Whereas the people who are in the area, they're left to from 8 a.m. to dusk with gunfire going in their backyard. So initially, it was a slam dunk for me, but I'm looking forward to hearing the comments from my colleagues as well. But I'd like to ask Kristen, there was a couple of points in your presentation that I didn't pick up on in the written presentation. Number one, the document we're looking at signing, you say that even if we approve it tonight, that it still has to go through several hoops. One of them is making sure that the noise reduction system put in place for the gun range is within acceptable levels or whatever. My question is, who measures that? How is that measured? And what other areas might the proponent have to, what other hoops do they have to go through to put this range there? And then the next obvious question is, what happens if the noise is too loud for the residents? I'm speaking from my own experience here. I live in the country as well, and Councillor Mcdonald said it perfectly. Would I like somebody, hundreds of people across the street from me in a rural area shooting guns all day, and then they go home at some point, and I'm left with the noise. So it's a real discussion. We got to really think about this. And I guess then the next question would be, well, okay, it's not in my backyard type of deal, but if not there, where? So it's an interesting discussion, and one that has to we have to give it a lot of thought to. So I'm looking forward to hearing my colleagues. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Gordon McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This here, it does sound like one of those things, oh, not in my backyard, but there is one in the backyard. One that I've had the pleasure of using many, many times up in that area. So I kind of support what's going on here. I know the DNR shooting range up there. I know how it's used and maybe more sometimes abused, and it's not really regulated maybe as tight as it should be. So what I see is a newer, safer facility going up there. I don't see much more in the line of the people that use guns are going to be up there anyway, whether at that range or at the DNR range. Most of those people will shoot in those areas. When I was looking at through the lists of who didn't support and who did support, I too noticed that there was everybody was from the outside of the area, and only a few from inside. But the few that were inside, and I see that Kristen has their concern laid out pretty good, and all of them have been addressed in the document that everybody's agreeing to, for the most part, when it comes to like the existing range is poorly maintained. Well, that's in there. Existing range is not limited in hours. So that's in there. Existing range and indoor range and Celtic Drive are sufficient. There's talk about that. Traffic and pedestrian safety concerns, that's addressed. Impact on wildlife, it's addressed. Increase in noise, addressed. Should be given the opportunity to meet in person to discuss the development. Will disrupt rural setting. There's a rifle range there. People go there to hunt for millennial. Safety and liability in event of a misfired shot. That's what the safety criteria is laid out in the agreement for. Will reduce property values and ability to develop in the area. Will it? I'm not really sure since the DNR range is there. The only question that I don't see answered directly was lead will contaminate the water supply. So I would ask that, has there been discussion? I know there's probably a buffer bank on the back end where it's going to collect most of those, the bullet itself, or the lead bullet ends. So I'm not sure what the cleanup was. I didn't see anything regarding on how that part of the facility will be cleaned up. But I don't see it as a bad thing. If this was a brand new something that was going up and there's never been one in the area, I probably wouldn't be thinking on this line. But again, from someone who knows the area and has spent a lot of time in that area, I just I don't see it as a bad thing on the neighborhood. I don't disagree with Cyril when it comes to, speeding on that area, but you don't have to be going to the range to be speeding up there when you got that hill and you can do, you don't even have to put it in gear, just you want to get some speed coming down. And I'm not really sure, but the last I understood, you weren't supposed to be shooting on Sunday. I'm not sure if that has changed in the years that I've been up there, and I'm not sure if that was the criteria in the new proposal, but so for me, I'm okay with it, and I will probably support the motion to go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Deputy Mayor Erling McMullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will be supporting the facility. It's a sport facility. And the people that want to do this, and now I understand there's some issues with people living in the neighborhood, and there's concern of it coming in there. I totally appreciate that. But again, what we run into, well, if not there, where? It's always going to end up in somebody's yard. Out there, for example, dog kennels. I mean, my property here in the middle of town, I mean, not since I lived here, but previous, a great big rental unit came up behind thank you, affordable housing unit, which was a surprise to everybody in the neighborhood. That's a very condensed property. It's loud. There's dog kennels get put there, or there's new businesses or mechanics, or if you live in town, there's, if you live beside the highway, or there's going to be noise no matter where you go. And the people that are putting this on or looking to expand into this area are the same people that are currently using the DNR range. It's the same group, only it's not, they want a better facility. It's in the same area. You're still hearing the gunshots in the area. It's not new. And yes, speeding is an issue, but I can guarantee you the speeding that's out in Leeches Creek is certainly not caused because of the shooting ranges. So does it have to be more maintenance to the speeding? Absolutely. But I'm pretty sure every councillor around this table can name a street or two that the cars just don't stop. I live on Pepin Street in North Sydney. We have cars that go by so fast, even with the stop signs, I can't tell you the color of it to complain to the police. Like I said, the sporting facility, what this is giving is an opportunity for a safe family membership only.
Lincoln Road still be used.
Oh, okay, no, I was like, do I have a GPS on? Somebody has a GPS, but yeah, no, this facility is not comparable to the one that currently exists. This is membership only. This is safety courses. This is to aim towards people that are training for, triathlons or, and God forgive me, because I know I'm going to get all the names of these things wrong, but the ones that are Ken Jardine, I'm watching him ride his horse and shoot at the target. So my apologies, Ken, if you're watching. These are structured things that we have. The bullet box on Celtic Drive. We have a building where people are going and firing arms. You don't need any training. Have a beer. Here's a gun. Well, I don't know if there's liquor. I shouldn't say that, but any people that the purpose of it is, we are always running into that. If it's a campground, we don't want it here. If it's a new business, I don't want it here. But this is something that already exists in the area, that the same people that use it are trying to make it safer, more accessible, and family oriented. And I find it very hard to say no and still let DNR go on the way it is. Hopefully by having this club next door, that maybe that'll shake the boots of DNR and they'll, get their act together. But we shouldn't say no to one development because one is so poorly run. So I will totally full-heartedly be sending my support for it. And it's funny, I was sitting up here in the quiet the whole time until I went to speak, and that's when I get all the background noise. But anyway, honestly, I think it's a great addition, and I think the facility is something that the CBRM and surrounding areas would really benefit from. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I almost called you Deputy McDougall, so my apologies about that. Next, we have Councillor Darren O'Quinn.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I too will be supporting the recommendation by Chris and the planning department. I was surprised by the amount of people that reached out to me on this issue. Some from my district, some from the area as well. The biggest concern from people in the area was they wanted to have their say in a public forum before any final decision was made. And when Kristen said tonight that, you know, if council does agree to proceed to public hearing, there will be a public hearing prior to any decision. So that makes everything good for me. So I just want to say that I will be supporting this, and I'm glad that the people that are against this or have issues will have a chance to have their say as well. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I clarify?
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't see your face there, Madam Planner. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to clarify, given the circumstances with COVID-19, we have moved to the digital format of a public hearing. And so those written submissions are for the public hearing. So the public hearing is occurring this evening, and following that, council would be able to render a decision on the matter.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Planner, and thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Glenn Parouche.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I too will be supporting the recommendation from the planning department. And Councillor Mcdonald and I were out there today. It is a long stretch of a road, but I mean, like it's been talked about, you can speed anywhere. We get speeding within the city limits. But the reason why I will be supporting this for a few reasons, from some of the calls that I got from certain residents about safety issues. This particular membership is going to have a safety officer on site at all times. One of the things that I read through this is they were talking about the bullets. The bullets are going to be brass. It's going to be a green range, so all ammunition will be recyclable. When we were out there today, you can see, and Cyril, I don't know, maybe you can help me on this one, but I think it was called the zero skyline or something. So when you are shooting, the bullets won't go up. The way that they plan on laying this out, the bullets will go down. They only travel so far. To what the deputy mayor touched on about as a sporting facility, take it a step farther with the biathlon. There's no spot in Nova Scotia, to my understanding, unless someone can correct me, and that people that want to participate in a biathlon have to go to PEI to do some training, to do shooting. So to have something like this at our disposal, 15 minutes outside of town, well, 15 minutes outside of Sydney anyway, I think is a good thing. And just to tie in something that I do believe is coming up later on the agenda with Portside Law, when you look at when they talked about the background there, it says improve the regulatory environment to make operation and expansion easier for island businesses. This isn't so much a business as it is a membership, but we are now going to provide a service that we didn't provide in a safe manner when it comes to the ballistics of the guns, having 2 gun ranges. That's why they're going to build the earthen berms that they have already started. One of them is 100 feet long. So for me, this is a no-brainer from start to finish. And I guess I won't be supporting Cyril's motion. I will be supporting the planning department. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next on the speakers list, we have Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also had a conversation with Kristen today, because with the public participation process, we do have an opportunity to go back and forth, and sometimes the residents can come up to the mic and say their piece, and the proponent can give an answer. And unfortunately, this forum doesn't allow that. It's very unfortunate, but it's COVID time. So what we do is we got all these submissions, and anybody who wanted to write for or against, they did it. And for me, what I could do at that point, considering the process, is look at all the arguments for and against. And I've read them in detail. And then I seen Kristen's summation. And to me, it looked like most points were covered really with our rules. And I think under CBRM's rules, I know we're going to be much more stricter than DNR. I know that's going to be the case. The other point I want to make is the fact that the group already bought this land. It's not like they're just making a decision. They've purchased the land and probably did it thinking that, well, there's a range right next door. Why wouldn't we just, be okay with that? And so for me, I think the biggest thing is the noise factor that the residents speak of. Although it isn't going to be something new, it's been there since 2009, so it's not a new thing for them. So for me, it's a needed facility. The group, as mentioned, 300 strong. I don't know if they got that much money that they could just buy this piece of land, set it aside, and go look somewhere else. So with that said, I'll be going with the staff recommendation for approval. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Lauren Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too, I thought it was a no-brainer when I first read it, and you get the pros and the cons, but I think the pros of it outweigh the cons, and I definitely will be supporting it. We got to get away from this attitude of my backyard. We're a regional council, and I say that wholeheartedly. I mean, we are a regional council. Councillor Cyril Mcdonald, nothing against your fight, and I understand it, but they do have to go somewhere. And you're saying, can it be located in Ashby? Well, it's probably not realistic. Let me give you a fact. Well, there's one in my district right now. I have a skeet shooting facility in my district right now, and they're hoping to locate out there as well. They go by more safety rules than DNR and more safety rules than the regulation club now. So I do have one in my district. So, not my district kind of attitude. We got to get away from that because we need to think regional. This is going to be this is going to be a much safer facility. The calls that I got, I did receive several calls from individuals. These individuals are well respected. They're not cowboys. They're not out there, just firing willy nilly. These guys take safety firsthand and take it responsibly. So my concerns, as Councillor Brooksberger has indicated, I read the report from the planning, and Kristen has alluded to some of those concerns that I didn't understand this evening. And, I'm more than comfortable with supporting this and doing the right thing for the municipality. We have to accommodate the people that want to shoot guns and shoot guns responsibly. I do know the area because my brother lives in Frenchvale, so I do hear the firing when they're out there. Everybody wants to make this more than it actually is. They're not going to have 100 people out there every single day of the week shooting, nonstop. These are well-respected individuals, and they understand what they're doing out there. And it's not, like I say, it's not out there just a Yahoo kind of group of guys or gals. They're people that are respectful, and they want to move their sport forward because it is a sport. And so I will be supporting the recommendation of the planning committee. Now, Madam Mayor, I know there's no motion on the floor at the time, and I'm not sure if at this time it's in order to move the motion. And if it is, I would move that we accept the recommendation by the planning committee to allow the development of the Metro Rifle Pistol Club as submitted by the organization.
Okay, so we have a motion moved by Councillor Lauren Green to accept the recommendation as presented by staff, seconded by Councillor Ken Tracy. Discussion on the motion. I can just continue on with the speakers list if folks want to ask your questions there, if that's okay. Next, I had Councillor Eldon Mcdonald.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, and I have similar thoughts, I guess, to some of the last few speakers. There already is a range there, so I asked myself, if we say no to this, does this reduce the amount of shooting that the residents in the 1 kilometer radius will have to deal with. It's not likely. They're already there. They're at the DNR range. So to prevent this one from going ahead, I don't think reduces the noise any. It puts them in a different location, and it's right beside the current existing range. So I don't think noise levels will change dramatically in regards to getting worse. I do have a couple of questions I will direct to Kristen, but I will make a few comments first. I know there was also some comments and some concerns about lead, and it was raised already that I believe it's brass ammunition that will be used at the facility. I'm not sure if that's going to be policy or if that's just the majority or how that would be regulated, but I will ask Kristen to speak to that when I'm finished. I think we need to also encourage as much noise mitigation as possible. If there's various different levels and tools that can be used to mitigate, I think they should be encouraged. If not, if we can enforce that, again, Kristen, you can speak to that. Do we have the ability to tell them what level of mitigation needs to be put in place? I know they have said it will be better than what's on the existing, but if there's a highest level of type of mitigation and they can accomplish that at that site, then I would encourage staff, if that's possible, to I guess enforce that, to make them take those steps. We talk about speeding. We have speeding on every street, I think, in the municipality. It's I live in a small side street, they speed on us. Kings Road. Unfortunately, we have speeding everywhere, and there's absolutely no way we can control it. We can put radar checks, we can put police cars, we can give out fines, but that's only for the amount of time that they're on that particular stretch. Maybe up to patrols on that particular road in Leach's Creek. But again, that mitigation is only as good for as long as the police car is on that stretch. The issue, I guess, of the residents in the area are concerned about them having to deal with this, and as Councillor Green mentioned earlier, if you put it in Ashby, and I mean, it's going to be going in a rural area, but as Councillor Green mentioned, there is skeet shooting down in his district, and that's a much more urban area than it would be than Leach's Creek, I would believe. But still, that sport goes on there without, I think, too much disruption or issues that get raised there. I guess that's about it. And referenced, I think it's referred to, and Kristen may speak to it. I think it's referred to as a no blue sky facility, where basically ammunition will have very little to no opportunity to be able to escape that facility when they are shooting. So if maybe Kristen, through you, Madam Mayor, if we could speak to the brass versus lead ammunition, and if that's policy that the club plans on putting in place. And do we have the ability, with this agreement that you have presented in the issue paper, have ability to enforce the highest level of mitigation?
Thanks for the questions. I can certainly speak to that. I don't have confirmation from the applicant of the precise makings of the ammunitions that would be used. There is not a limitation on lead or brass ammunitions within the development agreement. That being said, I did receive an email statement from the applicant stating that and this is verbatim, the Metro Club is reclaiming lead as it would be irresponsible both financially and environmentally to do otherwise. Again, that being said, we do not have a limitation on the types of ammunition that would be used on the site within the agreement. In terms of the noise mitigation plan, the agreement does not have a specific decibel level that it would be limited to. The noise mitigation plan is to ensure that when they are designing their site, that they are incorporating and thinking about ways that they can mitigate noise as much as possible. It is an outdoor shooting range. There is going to be some level of noise. Again, the intention is to ensure that they are considering noise mitigation in their design, and we can certainly ensure that they've incorporated as many measures as possible, which my understanding is that is their intention.
Okay, Councillor,
Okay.
sorry, that's your time. If you
Okay,
have
thanks very
additional,
much.
perfect. If you have additional
Thank you.
questions, we can put you back on the list for your second opportunity. Next, we have Deputy Mayor Erling McMullen. Oh, no, sorry, I had a message here. Councillor Steve Parsons, sorry, Deputy.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In maintaining my continuity, I'm not repeating myself or others tonight. I will be supporting this motion. Three things come to mind: safety, public support, and if CBRM will be maintaining the rules and making judgment whether they're breaking them or not, that we can shut them down, then I will support this this worthwhile venture. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, sir. Next, we have Deputy Mayor Erling McMullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be quick. I just wanted to come in. My apologies, when I spoke the first time, I was very distracted by some stuff that was going on in the background. So I just want to note, when I mentioned have a beer at the Bullet Box, I, in my head at the time, was thinking of like Helimac or the axe throwing, and that my apologies, because safety is such a big thing, and I know alcohol is not mixed with firearms, so no disrespect meant. And again, my apologies to both the Metro Rifle Club and any similar group and the sport in general. I do understand, and that was just my mistake trying to just grab something at the air. So again, my apologies.
Much appreciated, Madam Deputy. Next, we have Councillor Cyril McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And I took the advice of my colleague, Steve Parsons, and waited for a motion to be on the floor, because now I have another 5 minutes to speak. So I'm just, a couple of things come to mind here. So the member of the club that Councillor Parouche and I met with today said about 25 of their members use the DNR range, and he expects that many more will use the new range if this is passed this evening. And because of the standards, or I'll say lack thereof, at the current DNR range, he said that many of their members aren't comfortable going there for whatever reason. So Councillor Parouche, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I understood that he assumed that the increase in usage would be considerable. So just a point of clarity there. When we talk of traffic, and speed, I recognize there's speed everywhere in this municipality, but North Sydney, Kings Road, Ashby, Gillespie, our towns, Sydney Mines, you have a police presence. Many of my residents, I've had calls, it takes 45 minutes for a police car to respond to District 3. 45 minutes after my house is broken into, I had to wait for a police car to arrive at my door. 45 minutes. There is no police presence in District 3, and Chief Walsh and I have had this conversation, and this is not a topic that I think should be taken lightly. 300 members, and only 25 of those approximately currently use the DNR range. That could be an additional 200 plus cars to the road on a very frequent basis. So traffic and speed, it's a straight road, and I recognize their speed. We need to increase our police presence right across this municipality. We certainly need to increase our police presence across our rural districts. And, Councillor Green, I agree with you. We need to lose the mindset of not in my backyard. And I really shouldn't have used that statement, because I agree with you, actually. But, when I'm here to do my due diligence for my residents, and my residents said, not in my backyard. The residents that responded from the community, there's only about 20 houses along that road anyway, and we've got 7 within a kilometer range, and we got 12 from that road. That's a good percentage. That's a pretty good percentage of respondents. So the conversation I had with the member today, I certainly support this in principle. Sounds to me like, I'm doing my due diligence for my residents, but this is going to go forward anyway. And I look forward to working with the members and their club. And, I'm certainly not anti-guns or anti-gun range, but, I'm here to speak for my residents. I wasn't elected to think for myself. I was elected to speak for them. So just my points. There's lots of things to work on in our municipality, and I think this will trigger some other things in District 3 that lack. And I look forward to working with our staff to mitigate some of those things. But so far, I've had little progress. maybe a shooting range in Upper Leeches Creek will get me some police presence in our municipality. But the irony of this is there's a large percentage of our regional police that use the DNR range. They drive that road, and the residents would say we have a police presence, but they don't turn the sirens on when they're on their way home. So anyway, I'll leave it at that. I'm sounds like this is going to go forward. I look forward to working with the membership and our planning department and making sure that this is this is done safely. And I'll field the concerns from our residents, and hopefully we can move forward positively. And we'll see what happens when this is operational. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor James Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And, in my earlier speech, I think I set the table with some of my concerns that I had regarding this particular item. And I wanted to hear the position of my colleagues. And it really played out well because I agree with my colleagues now with particularly Councillor Brooksberger and Councillor Green and Deputy Mayor McMullen about the sporting facility and the safety issues and the brass bullets. It's a needed facility. So the benefits that I've really enjoyed this discussion. There are some mitigating factors that are going to have to be taken into consideration and monitored, and we've already covered that in this discussion. But the long and short of it is the benefits outweigh the negatives. So I will be supporting the motion, and thank you very much to my colleagues for the thoughtful presentation here this evening on this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So we do have a motion on the floor, moved and seconded.
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor of the motion, and I'll repeat it, to accept the staff recommendation as presented in the agenda, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Contrary, nay.
Nay.
So there's only one member who it is noting as contrary. I can go through the list, but if it's okay, I'll just state that Councillor Cyril Mcdonald is on the record as going against the motion on the floor. That just negates us needing to go through the whole list. Motion is carried. Okay, Council, we'll now move on to item 5.2, approval to advertised. So again, we'll bring up Planner Kristen Kuditska for case 108, request from Rob Smith for a 3-unit apartment at 98 Caledonia Street, North Sydney. Planner.
Thanks again, Madam Mayor. Again, I do have a short presentation, so I will bring that up now. So this is a request for a 3-unit apartment. The property is located at 98 Caledonia Street, which is shown in red on the map before you. The property is currently zoned residential urban C or RUC, which only permits single detached or 2-unit dwellings in terms of residential development. So a 3-unit apartment would not be permitted, and therefore the ask is before council to rezone the property. I have a photo of the building here. So currently there is a 2-unit dwelling located on the property, and the applicant is proposing to convert the existing building into a 3-unit apartment. So really quickly, the planning strategy contains several policies that advocate for higher density residential development under a variety of circumstances. And when the dwelling unit density is not permitted, it's a policy of council to at least consider a zone amendment. So the policy criteria I've summarized here for you, they're aimed at ensuring that the development does not adversely impact surrounding residential dwellings. I won't go through each of these criteria this evening, but I have included the policy criteria verbatim within the issue paper, as well as an assessment of each of those criteria. And if there are any questions about those points, I'm happy to speak to them. In terms of next steps, of course, again, if council wishes to consider a zone amendment, a public hearing is required by provincial legislation. And if proceeding to a public hearing, notices would be provided in keeping with the Municipal Government Act, as well as our standard practice of mailing out to property owners in the vicinity and posting on Facebook. So I've drafted an amending bylaw that's found in attachment C, which would allow the development of a 3-unit apartment that is in keeping with those planning strategy criteria. And it would ensure that if the site is redeveloped in the future, so should that building be demoed and the site be redeveloped, that the resulting building would be in keeping with the scale of the surrounding area and the existing building. And so for those reasons, I am recommending that council proceed to schedule a public hearing on this matter. And again, I'm here for any questions.
Thank you, Planner. First on the speakers list, we have Deputy Mayor Early McMullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be very short. Excuse me. We just recently did a zone amendment on King Street for a 3-unit, which is literally, if you look at the map, it's directly behind on the King Street portion of this property. And the year before that, if not last year, just 2 streets over, we did the same thing. This is located in a neighborhood that already has a lot of apartment style units in it, like very large old homes. Most of them are 2, some are a little larger. So I see absolutely no issue with that. And I am going to put the motion to the floor that we move to public hearing. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Earlene McMullen, seconded by Councillor Gordon McDonald to go ahead with the staff recommendation to move to public hearing. Any discussion on that motion? Question has been called. All those in favor of the motion, council, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Thanks so much, Madam Planner. I'm sorry, did somebody want to say something?
That was me. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Great. We're going to move on to item 6. Before we do, I just want to note, mention, council, we're closing in on the 9 o'clock hour. We do have a significant amount of items left on our council agenda. A couple of them I imagine will garner some pretty hefty conversation. Just want to let you know that we're getting close to that 9 o'clock. Are we in agreement to move past 9 and we can kind of reassess around 10 o'clock if that's okay?
Agreed.
Agreed? Great. Moving to item number 6, report 6.1 is Downtown Sydney District Energy. So we have a crew here who are going to speak to this. Ken LeBlanc, who is our Community Development Coordinator, Khalid Ibrahim, who is our Energy Manager here at CBRM, and Tyler Mathis, who is the Acting President and CEO of the Cape Breton Partnership.
Great, so I'm assuming everybody can hear me and can see the slides as shown. Great. All right, this is Ken LeBlanc speaking. Good evening, Council. Thanks for having us. The District Energy Project has been in development for several years, and I just want to say before we start that we would certainly not be where we are today without the support and, frankly, at some points, the leadership of the partners at Efficiency Nova Scotia and Cape Breton Partnership. That's why Khalid Ibrahim and Tyler Mathis are here with me tonight. They'll be available to help answer your questions and elaborate on some of the project details at the end. So what is district energy? I figured we should kind of clarify that before getting too deep into it. So rather than every building producing their own heating and cooling, in district energy, a central plant produces heated and chilled water that is then pumped through underground pipes to several connected buildings. Each building has its own metering device and heat exchangers to extract the energy the building needs. It's very similar to our water distribution system. Rather than every home and building in town having their own well, CBRM treats drinking water at a central plant and pumps it through underground pipes to customers. In both scenarios, the customer eliminates certain maintenance and replacement costs, while also given the responsibility to provide safe and quality product to a professional and knowledgeable supplier. District Energy, it has a long history in Northern European communities for residential use and on hospital and university campuses throughout North America. Dalhousie University and Toronto's University Health Network are both good examples of systems that have been in operation for several decades. So, as I stated earlier, this project has been in development for quite some time. It was first identified in 2014 in our Municipal Climate Change Action Plan as an opportunity worthy of exploration. A few years later, the Efficiency Nova Scotia on-site energy manager of the time put together some funding from several sources to conduct a preliminary feasibility study on district energy in downtown Sydney, using several different energy sources to be studied and analyzed. That study showed that a system could be financially viable and that wastewater energy recovery was the most viable, and if renewable electricity could be sourced to power the plant, it would result in significant environmental improvements. So as is typical in district energy development, the next step would be to select an energy source, a specific one, and conduct a more detailed analysis of the associated cost, return, environmental benefits, etc. And the Cape Breton Partnership was instrumental in making that study happen, and it was completed last year. So the proposed project, right now, what does it look like? The system will utilize wastewater energy recovery from effluent that's currently being treated at Battery Point Treatment Facility. I say currently, it'll still be treated there as well. We'll just extract some of the heat from it. To be clear, effluent won't be pumped to each customer building. Rather, industrial heat exchangers at the central plant nearby Battery Point extract energy from the wastewater effluent to produce heated or chilled water, which is then pumped to customers. The effluent is then returned to the treatment facility. It's a completely closed loop system from the time the effluent leaves Battery Point until it returns. Using wastewater means we can utilize a free, easily accessible and abundant energy source that's completely under the direct control of CBRM. The system will be fully electric, which really goes hand in hand in the province's net zero goals for 2050 and strategic electrification in order to get away from fossil fuel combustion. Overall, GHG emissions are projected to be reduced by about 75%. The number could be reduced further by incorporating more renewable electricity sources. So Colin, who is with us tonight, is working to include CBRM in the Nova Scotia Green Choice Program that allows large electricity buyers to purchase clean renewable energy from independent power producers. So that's something that we would be looking at to try to make this system a net zero. And the plan is for a phased 4-year construction timeline. So we're looking to connect the large and the committed end users first. Several of these customers have already signed letters of interest stating they will connect to a system that meets specific financial and environmental thresholds. Finally, it's important to note that if this project receives support from council and is awarded funding from our provincial and federal partners, we will proceed to a detailed engineering design phase where equipment will be specified, construction timeline is refined, customer contracts are fully negotiated. So what you're seeing tonight is how we see the project fleshing out, and a lot of those details will be refined as the project goes on. Capital cost and funding. So you can see here that the current budget estimate is just under $38 million. That includes our 15% HST and a 10% contingency. The Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, formerly Energy and Mines, they're currently reviewing an application that we submitted for 73.33% funding through the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program. That's ISIP, as we more commonly refer to it as. So that works out to about 28 million in funding and 10 million in CBRM contribution. A breakdown of CBRM's annual capital requirement over the 4-year construction timeline is also shown here. The debt that we would be possibly taking on would be serviced completely with revenue from system sales when it's operational. So why pursue this project? Well, you can see here that there are several value propositions that are common in district energy systems: economy of scale, ability to adapt and incorporate new technologies. Customers can save space in their building while reducing their GHG emissions and reducing O&M costs. But it should be highlighted that how this project directly ties to Council's strategic vision and priority area number 5, diversified revenue sources. Our financial projections indicate that a well-operated system with a stable customer base and the capital funding outlined earlier will provide a stable long-term revenue source for CBRM. And additionally, as well, an asset that retains its value long after construction is complete. So finally, before making a funding decision, the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables, they require evidence of CBRM Council's support for this project. Also, because the Investing in Canada Fund is claims-based funding program, CBRM must show they have capacity to incur short-term project costs. Therefore, we are recommending that Council pass a motion to direct CBRM staff to include annual capital costs for a district energy system in the CBRM's 5-year capital plan, which of course is subject to an annual capital budget approval process. And the recommended motion is as follows: the move that CBRM Council support the funding application to Nova Scotia Department of Natural Resources and Renewables for a city district energy system, and that staff be directed to include the city district energy system in CBRM's 5-year capital plan. Yeah, and so Tyler, Colin, and I are all here, as I mentioned, if you have any questions or comments. Thanks.
Appreciate this presentation very much, Ken. I will go now to our speakers list. First, we have Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks for the presentation, Ken. You know, I was off for a little while, and I might have missed a whole bunch of steps here along the way. I remember we had some discussion on this, and as mentioned, it's been going on for a while. But you know, when I see that, I haven't even seen the study that the partnership commission is the final document. I didn't read that. Okay, at this point, maybe I received it, and the other councillors may have seen this already. I'm not sure. I want to be sure about that. But for me, I guess, where's the business case here? Like, we're asked to support $10 million of funding here tonight, and I don't even see this business case in front of me yet. Like, how many customers, revenues in, revenues out? You know, so I've got some concerns with that. I really do, Ken. It showed in 2019 that it could be financially viable and have positive environment. And I get that. I'm all for that, right? Because we did something at the Bayplex back some years ago, the storage underground, but it never worked, right? And we spent a lot of money on that. And I thought when we were doing the Bayplex over, this time it was included, but it never got done because it wouldn't work, I was told, or we were told, right? So I'm a little bit, it's a little early for me to say that in good conscience I could support this kind of initiative. until I actually see the full picture, the business case. I mean, you know, if I'm forced to vote tonight without all those particulars, I'd have to vote against it. And I don't want to do that. I'd really like to see, Mayor, like for us to have some kind of a full, and maybe this already happened. You can answer me, right? Maybe council already had this and we're at this next step, because if that's the case, I'll wait to hear from the other councillors on that. But for me, I got to know the business case. How does this align with what's going on in downtown Sydney that's supposed to start next year? Like the piping and all, like, where's all that line up, Ken? You know, like I'm a little bit confused, and I'm all for doing things as green as we can and trying to make a difference. Like, you know, are we going to be involved? Do we have to be the people that have to charge the business owners for this cost? Are we going to be like Nova Scotia Power, for example, trying to collect what goes through their meters? I got so many questions on this, Tyler, and I know you've been involved in the study, and Ken, but I got to hear a whole lot here before I could commit money out of capital for 4 years that we don't have a lot of, right? And I know the end result, and sometimes you got to make an investment to come out on top, but you know, it's pretty significant what's being asked for here today. So I'm going to wait and hear what the other councillors say, and maybe you can comment on some of my concerns.
Yeah, well, I can certainly try to comment on some of them. So tonight, we're not asking for council to approve those numbers and lock them into capital spending. Right now, we want to include them in the 5-year capital plan, which is something that a lot of projects get put into as sort of a queue for, you know, capital budget discussions. When it comes time for, you know, budget workshops, then, you know, what we would like to be able to do is speak with council about the business case, the specific cash flows, the specific revenue expectations, operation proposals. Those things, you know, they involve specific customers, they involve specific, you know, business financials that we wanted to be able to present this project initially sort of for information, to introduce the project for a lot of councillors that haven't seen it yet. We haven't been able to present to it since this new council has been formed. So what we would like tonight is simply support for the project and to, you know, commit to including it on the 5-year plan, but not commit to actually, you know, including it in the budget. So we're committing to discussing it at budget deliberations. And at that point, we would love to be able to present a very detailed presentation on the business plan that, of course, incorporates more than just the financial statements, but operational plan, construction plan, and anything else that council would be concerned about.
Tyler, did you want to comment on that?
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, so I don't have a lot to add to what Ken said. We were proud to be a partner on this. Our involvement was mostly as a conduit and an applicant to make sure this next detailed study, and by detailed, unfortunately, every study becomes more and more detailed. So it's more detailed than the last, but as Ken said, and you alluded to, Councillor Brooksberger, it will require further detail because the Class D estimate is still a very rough estimate. And there's a lot of questions that aren't made. You mentioned who would own it, who would operate it. There are options there, and they do affect how it might happen. I would defer to CBRM when it comes to where the proper place is to discuss those things in its fullness. But I would say there's options in other parts of the country where these entities are owned and operated as a subsidiary of a municipality, and sometimes spun off. N-Wave is an example of that. The larger example, of course, used to be a wholly owned subsidiary of the City of Toronto. And so this is a much smaller area, but the general concept remains the same. And as Ken said, those things have to be discussed. While this appears to be the preferable technology at this juncture, those greater details as a business plan evolves could revisit that. I doubt it looking at the data, but I think I am not an engineer. Ken and Colin are better suited to answer those ones, and Director Mcdonald. But that said, the rates of return from those other systems in other parts of the country are attractive, and they were attractive enough to as a revenue source for their the municipalities that own them, and then as a revenue source for the private companies that bought them. Without, as you said, there's a lot of detail in that study, and I'll defer to the senior staff as to how it's distributed. But that's what I can add at this time, but I'm happy for more. But without kind of going through the whole thing, I'll wait for other questions.
Thank you, Tyler. So your time has concluded. Councillor, if you want to come back with more questions, you're more than welcome. I do have Councillor Steve Parsons next, followed by Councillor Steve Gillespie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tyler, when I read the recommendation, move that CBRM Council support the funding application to Nova Scotia Department of Natural Resources and Renewables for a Sydney energy system, and that staff be directed to include the Sydney District Energy System in the CBRM's 5-year capital plan. That to me means we're looking for a commitment, because the Department of Natural Resources again requires evidence of CBRM's council support. Well, evidence of council support is financial, because of course through your evidence, $10 million commitment over a 5-year period for CBRM. I agree with Councillor Brooksberger. From a business perspective, and I kind of do this every day, especially in the renewable energies, and that's one of the things that we're involved in. Without a business case involving projections, return on investment, offtake agreements with potential customers, what are they willing to pay kilowatt per hour for this energy? Your Class B and Class C estimates are going to cost on a project worth $30 million. You're talking $500,000-$600,000 in terms of Class B estimates. So there's a lot of unknowns here, and to ask council who don't have the proper information and do the proper due diligence. It's hard for me to make a decision whether I support something when I don't have all the facts. For us to sit down at budget time and talk about a $2.2 million commitment, the first $2.6 million the first year of 5, that's a lot to ask in a cash-strapped economy like ours when we don't have the defined business plan. Because let me ask you a question, for example, the new NECC billing. That billing is equipped with all their own energy efficient renewable energies. They're going to use solar, for example. So will NECC be a customer? Because that would be a big customer downtown. But if they're not signed on as a customer to buy a portion of their energies that they're going to use, then that's one customer that we've lost already. So I don't know that information. And if you came with an offtake agreement from 5 major landowners downtown acquiring lots of energy use, then sheds a different light on it. Because when I hear comments like this could be financially viable, that $10 million for me, that's nervous. And I don't think we have enough information personally to make a commitment. My suggestion would be go back, get all the information that is being requested tonight and that have been requested, and we sit down collectively as a group. We weigh the pros and cons. We look at the return on investment, because personally, I'm not supporting $10 million if it's going to take 20 years to get a return on investment. Personally, not in the renewable energies world, because I know there's let's say better deals for that. So I think what we should do is go back, get all the pertinent information, sit down, ask all of our questions, do the financial analysis, and then of course collectively make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gillespie was in the queue to speak, but he's experiencing some technical difficulties and was asked to skip over. I do have a question to ask of Ken in the group. Is there a timeline on this funding application? So is there a deadline to which an application would have to be submitted for this funding round?
Well, the application has been submitted. It's been the review process has gone on, and the province requires this support from council before they make their final decision. So they've gone through the technical review, the environmental review, the financial review, and they haven't said that they're going to fund it, but they say that they need to know if council supports this project before they can make a final decision. So the major timelines that we're looking at would be around things like customers, to Councillor Parsons' point, and places like NSCC, in that NSCC has expressed support and interest in offtake agreements. However, they do intend to be open and operational in 2024, September 2024. And so we've been working to try to complete this funding agreement and begin design, development, and construction to meet that deadline. We've been in discussions with them since, well, at least a year now. 2020. So over a year, we've been talking with the project management team and the construction folks there with NSCC. So that would probably be our biggest deadline on this, as well as simply just funds running out with the specific ICIP climate change mitigation substream. I know that there was about 50% was awarded as of some point midway through last year. So, we want to make sure we don't miss out on that specific climate change mitigation funding, but there isn't a solid specific date that the province has provided to us.
So would it be reasonable for council to ask for more information to come back? Is that a feasible ask, to have more detailed revenues, perhaps a list of, I guess, those companies and folks in the downtown who would benefit from it, who want to commit towards the project as well?
Absolutely, we have that information. We can certainly provide that in any form that council wants it. So now, as Tyler kind of alluded to, there is, business sensitivities involved with that information. So I'll leave it to kind of council and senior staff on how we want to present that. But at any point, it's just a matter of putting together the information. We have it at hand.
Great. No, that is extremely helpful, and we can defer any decisions. We don't have to make any decision tonight as a council, just putting it out there and await more information to come back. Next, sorry, there's just a couple messages going back and forth. Next, I have Councillor Eldon Mcdonald.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor, and thanks very much for the presentation. This is a project that I've been following for the last 4 years. I was to the original presentation and the various presentations that happened. The original one, first meeting, was with Enwave in the second floor boardroom. There was staff in there, and I know Marie's online here, and I think Wayne is still here. So I would like to get comment from them on that. I can say from my attendance at that particular meeting, it was the second floor boardroom, I think, had more people in it than I have seen in it before, and we've had that boardroom pretty standing room only for different presentations. It was the most I've probably seen our staff excited. It's not often you get a pot of staff in the room and they're all excited at the same time, but it was quite a presentation. I look forward to the following up of that with the study that was moved forward as referenced by Ken, and now, of course, the partnership following on with that further. So I am a supporter of this project. I also have the same concerns as the previous councillors have mentioned. I think we need more information to come forward. I know, Ken, the way this is worded here with the recommendation, you're asking for a motion for CBRM Council to move to support the funding application, which has already been submitted to the Department of Natural Resources and Renewables for the district system, and that staff be directed to include it in the 5-year capital plan. So if that recommendation was to be put through tonight, staff can put it in the 5-year plan, and then a budget council can decide not to move forward with that particular line item. Would that be accurate? And I'll ask that, I guess, Madam Mayor, through you to Wayne. There's lots of times we have lists of items in our capital plan that get moved and new things get put in. If this was to be passed here this evening as it is written, could that still go forward and be removed at budget? Through you, Madam Mayor, to Wayne, if I could.
Sure. Director Mcdonald?
It's taken me a few minutes to get my clicks in order. Sorry about that. Well, certainly council has a large, extensive list of approved projects for application. That's where this project has been for a number of years. I think certainly, council is looking for additional information prior to budget. When we get through budget deliberations, if there's any spending for 2022, 23, it would have to be approved at that time. But we do, we always have long-term project lists. Typically the 5-year list is full of projects that are either approved or we're very clear that the funding is coming. So I would say that, any decision of council would have to be then approved through the budget deliberation consideration in, I guess, in March when we do our capital for this year.
Okay, thank you. And I guess just some other comments, if I could, Madam Mayor, and again, it'll probably come back to Wayne probably. NSCC, I know at the time, the waterfront project with the library, Marty Chernon's project, was also interested in going into that development. So hopefully, possibly, if we have a new development that may go down through there, they could be engaged. I know the 2 hotels were interested. I know City Hall with their HVAC, we were kind of holding out to hope that we would be able to tap into this with City Hall. Unfortunately, that's in our agenda tonight where they want to move forward to replace that. So I think that may mitigate us being able to take part in this because it's over 4 years. Also, they talked about extension that could go to our solid waste facility over time, to our hospital over time. Are those, through you, Madam Mayor, to Wayne, are those still, the YMCA was interested? Do you know if those facilities are still interested in taking part in this project, and if the outreaching hospital solid waste is still a potential over time, of course?
I believe those questions would be better suited through Ken or Tyler. They're dealing with the interested parties at this point. I wouldn't have that piece of information myself.
Okay, so anyone that, Tyler or anyone that have that information?
Yes, we had an information session hosted, I believe about 3 months ago now. We had a number of interested parties attend at the Cambridge Suites, and because they're private businesses, I can't share who at this time, but there was 9 letters of support solicited. They're non-binding, but it was part of the application process to show general interest. And at that meeting, and it was open to anybody who chose to attend, we invited property owners specifically. The general concept is that, people aren't going to sign up for things that cost them more money. So the idea is, though it's a good thing environmentally, substantial GHG reductions, Ken and Colette are better suited at responding to those specific calculations. But generally, a concept that the business case would allow those connecting to have at least a 10% savings, as well as the mitigation of capital costs for their own HVAC requirements in the future. So definitely, you mentioned the YMCA, and they've been on record for being interested. But essentially, any large buildings, the smaller buildings are more difficult for the technology. Not to say that there hasn't been solutions, but absolutely, we've always directed our consultants to look at, and they've been telling us to look at large buildings. Without enough large buildings, it doesn't work. And there is enough large buildings. And to your point, yes, it can be built out after that, depending on the ownership model and the desires of the CBRM to extend for different purposes, whether it's to expand simply from a revenue perspective or to have a greater environmental impact.
Do I have time left, Madam Mayor, or am I out? No, okay.
Nope, you're long gone, sorry. Just a quick note to council members, I'm trying my best to keep track of who would like to speak and when. If we could avoid the direct messages, put it in the group as a whole, it just helps everybody keep track of who wants to speak and when. Next, I'm going to go to Councillor Steve Parsons on your second opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tyler, just a question as relates to, experience tells me any long-term project that takes a few years to develop, normally there's cost overruns on projects such as this. Has there been any discussions with the government that potentially, if there are some cost overruns, because most projects are, who picks up that tab?
This juncture, the applications have gone through for the actual construction grants have gone through Ken. So I think I'll ask him to respond at this time, on that one.
And Tyler, the reason I asked you, because you did a Class D estimate, and as you know, Class D versus Class B and C are quite different and identifies total cost of projects. There's also contingencies plans, contingency percentages put into that application as well. But I'm just wondering, on a long-term project to build out, if there is $1 million overrun, is CBRM on the take for that?
Yeah. So in going through the review process, the province has been clear to ensure that we incorporate our multiple contingencies into our application, because to your point, if it is cost overrun, then that is CBRM's responsibility to provide those extra funds. So that's why we've been trying to buffer all of our cost estimates. We say cost D, and I would certainly say we're on the positive side of pretty well all of our budget estimates at this point.
Thank you.
Great. Next, we have Councillor Steve Gillespie.
Thank you, Mayor McDougall, and thank to Ken and Tyler for the presentation. I don't have as many concerns as some of the other councillors. I see this as a positive for the CBRM and an opportunity that we could look at over the future of the CBRM, especially when it comes to energy costs and how the provincial and federal governments are starting to direct monies for these types of projects over the next number of years and maybe even to the decades to come. I would like to see more and more of the information that Councillor Parsons and Councillor Brooksberger have indicated when it comes to costs, especially when it comes to the amount of revenue that would be received and over the period of time that it would be recurred from into the CBRM. The other question I have is when it comes to these facilities themselves, are they scalable? Do you see an opportunity to do something here in the downtown core in Sydney and then to utilize this technology in in the other parts of the CBRM as well?
I can take that, Tyler, if you want. So scalability wise, if we're just talking in downtown Sydney, it's scalable in that we can build a central plant building and install, multiple heat exchangers, heat pumps, and size up the system as new customers come on board or new buildings get built. You don't just build it one size and that's the maximum amount of energy you can build. So it's scalable in that way. Going out to smaller communities like Tyler alluded to earlier, this type of system is more suited towards larger buildings. So it becomes less and less financially viable the more small buildings you connect, because a large cost is the equipment required to connect to a building. So like you have like your piping and your heat exchangers and whatnot. So that is already a high cost for large buildings, but for a home or for a duplex, it's much smaller. So it's certainly less viable when you go out to a smaller community with smaller buildings.
Okay, yeah, and I'm looking more on the commercial end of this than I am the residential end of it as well. We have great opportunity
to do something here. And, I see this as a positive. So I appreciate the question answered. Thank you. And look forward. Thank you.
So at this point, I do not have, Councillor Eldon Mcdonald on your second opportunity.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. I guess with the way that the word of the motion is here tonight, there's obviously some concern, but I would like to see this move forward at least to our budget discussions. So if I could at least put a motion on the floor that we move this to our budget discussions and the possibility of having it included in the 5-year plan, at least it keeps it on the radar and allows us to have that broader discussion. I would ask also, Madam Mayor, maybe as soon as possible that we convene and have a meeting for a full in-depth presentation by the committee, and be it Tyler or Ken or whoever else would need to be involved there with their staff, and to try to do that to get a better understanding of exactly money in and money out. I agree with Councillor Gillespie. I think this is a very exciting project. And as I referenced earlier, staff very much felt that way, in my opinion, in that boardroom when it was originally presented. This is a facility that potentially could make us money. Most facilities that we build are wastewater treatments that cost us money, and we try to find money to be able to operate them, and it's a struggle. I just see this as a great opportunity for us to be able to put a facility up that will actually bring revenue in. And as we know, we are looking for new ways of bringing new revenue streams into the municipality. And I think this one should be looked at and looked at very carefully, and the consideration for it to go to budget. So I will move that as a recommendation to move it to budget.
I'll second that.
So motion is on the floor, moved by Councillor Eldon Mcdonald, seconded by Councillor Steve Gillespie to move the item to budget discussions. Outside of the motion, I have added to the to-do list or action item list to coordinate a fulsome presentation to council in addition to that. Discussion on that motion, Councillor James Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm intrigued by the conversation here. I just wonder if that motion fits with what Ken and Tyler are hoping to accomplish here tonight. Does that satisfy that by moving it to budget, that'll accommodate your current application, Ken?
Well, I mean, we will follow the decision of council regardless. And as I stated earlier, there isn't a hard deadline. After tonight, we'll be in contact with natural resources and renewables to discuss whatever decisions are made and how that's going to affect the application. They haven't given us any, like I said, any hard deadlines, or to say if council doesn't support it in January, then it's off the table. I can't really answer exactly what the results will be. All I can say is we will contact our provincial counterparts and discuss the application moving forward from here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting proposal. There's no question about it. But I agree with my council colleagues there. If we had some projections to review, I think that would make the discussion a whole lot easier. So congratulations on this. It's something very interesting. I look forward to discussing it more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Let it go, Mayor. That's okay. Thanks.
Great. Oh, sugar. Great. Next, I lost my chat. I'm really sorry, folks. Councillor Lorne Green.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and thanks to the group for the presentation. I'm just wondering, the mover of the motion, there's some hesitation because of the lack of information to simply send this forward without the pertinent information. I'm wondering if the mover of the motion would be open to, with the conditions that we have that information provided prior to sending this to budget. There's some questions that councillors have in regards to the the revenues, the intake and the outtake of revenues. So I'm just wondering if that information could be provided prior to the motion actually being sent off as a blanket to budget talks. I just wonder that through you, Madam Chair, to the Madam Mayor, to the mover of the motion.
Councillor Eldon Mcdonald, would you like to respond to the question from Councillor Lorne Green?
Sure. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I guess for me, I don't see this costing us anything. Moving the motion tonight to move it to budget discussions. It's no different than the regional hospital. We've agreed to move it to budget discussions for 500,000. We don't know if we're going to agree to actually account that money to the budget. We have agreed to move it to have the discussion. And that's all I'm asking here tonight, is allow this to be moved to budget discussions. And if budget discussions determine that we don't want to move forward with, then we don't. It doesn't cost us anything. I think it gives us a good opportunity and I'll ask for council to support the motion based on that. When Ken makes that call tomorrow to the province, I think it would look good in the province's eyes and in the team that have been working on this for the last several years, that there's at least interest to have the discussion, and the province is aware that we're at least interested to the level to have the discussion. The reason I asked for the workshop or whatnot to be able to bring that information forward and to have it in depth is so that we gain all the knowledge we need, so that we have that knowledge when we get budget, that we have all that knowledge we need to make it an informed decision. Yes, after the workshop, I feel comfortable doing this, or no, I don't feel comfortable doing this. We're not putting it in the budget. Tonight, I would ask for support to move it to budget discussions so it can be at least there, and Ken can make that call tomorrow to say, yes, we've got council support to move it to discussion in budget, and the outcome of that will determine whether it will be in a 5-year plan or not. And I think that would bode well with the province after working on this project for several years with various partners.
Okay, Councillor, sorry, if we could just respond directly to that question.
Yeah.
If you had more to add, you can absolutely put your name back in the queue. Go ahead, Councillor Green. Yeah.
So I'm just looking at the motion. The motion, the recommendation anyways, is, that it be included in the capital plan for 5 years, be included in the budget for, that's why I asked, can we have that information prior to it? Or if you're just suggesting that we send it to budget and not, the wording here is a little scary when it says to be included in the capital plan. So as Councillor Parsons and Brooksberger alluded to, that, it's inclusive without the finer details.
Councillor Green, if I might, anything that is sent to budget requires information. We don't have any consideration for just a budget line that goes through a budget workshop. So my understanding is the intention would be obviously to get the information beforehand, but any item that comes to budget is put into a budget binder with a significant amount of information as well. So it would not be lacking for sure.
Okay, as long as we have that information and it's, it's not directly included in the plan, I'm fine.
Okay, Councillor Eldon Mcdonald, on your second opportunity.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, sorry. I thought you were recognizing me as the next speaker when I was speaking, so my apologies.
I had said if you could respond to the question, yeah.
Yeah, no, sorry. So I don't have much to add. I've kind of said my piece, but what I will finish with is Councillor Green. That's why I worded the motion differently than what's currently in the actual agenda here tonight, so that it's not actually included in the 5-year plan. It's just included in going into budget. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Great. Madam CAO, you wanted to offer some insight?
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to say that council's never obligated until all this information comes forward in terms of the business plan. There is another study that is outstanding that CALID has submitted through NRCan, which will give us more information. The unfortunate part is the province is putting pressure on us to support this when we really don't have all the information that we'd really like to have. We do have information that is likely better suited in an in-camera session that we could provide to council. So I think, you know, that the issue is that Ken is receiving pressure from the province for council to support this. It's too important at this point to say, you know, we don't have enough information, let's not move forward. Us moving forward and supporting it never ties our hands to actually go ahead. If at the end of the day, the business case did not support, we would definitely not go through with this. Our hope is that, number one, the revenue from this does support the debt. And at the end of the day, we really don't even have to take on that debt. We can bring in an equity partner to take it, which we had an offer from the beginning from an equity partner, but we couldn't sole source to that person. So there will be, you know, a business case coming forward and lots of different options on how the structure will look like. So it's unfortunate that we don't have all that information right now. But I guess we do need to say, for the province to consider us for funding, we at least want to say that, yes, council supports the project, but at the end of the day, if the business case doesn't support, we wouldn't move forward with it.
Thank you, Madam CAO. On your second opportunity, Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thanks, Mayor. And I guess the only problem I have with this, and maybe there was approval of council on this, to send off the application. I don't know if that's the case. But if it was, or if it wasn't, the bigger concern I have is that there's people on the other side of these applications when they're sent off. And they look at all areas and applications, and I'm sure they're trying to be as fair as they can with different regions, right? So if we're sending something like this off, does it not need a council approval, or has that already been done? Because I'm totally confused now. Can I ask that question?
Yes, Councillor, this application was approved by council to move forward.
Okay, are you good, Councillor? You have just shy of a minute left.
Yeah, well, I'm not aware of it, and I didn't hear that from any of my other colleagues, I guess, is all. I might have missed that part, but that's okay.
I think Director Mcdonald mentioned that in his conversation.
So there's a motion of council that approved this, Marie, you're saying?
Yep, there was a bunch of projects that were brought to council as projects to move forward for the funding applications.
Okay, thanks. I'm looking forward to seeing a detailed report on this, because I think as well it could be a good project, but I really got to see it before I can approve it. So thanks again.
Thank you. And Madam CEO, just for clarity, if I'm not mistaken, this council approved moving forward with applications to the Green Municipal Fund for the Library Center 200 expansion and the District Energy Project, correct?
That's correct, Mayor.
That's right. It was this council that actually approved that going forward.
That's correct.
Okay, so we will now move to Councillor James Edwards on your second opportunity.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, and I just wanted to clarify, though, that the motion on the issue paper here, that's being replaced by Councillor Eldon Mcdonald's new motion, right? Just to refer it to budget, and that was seconded by Councillor Gillespie.
There was a recommendation in the presentation that was never made into a motion. The motion on the floor is to move this to budget. We don't need a motion to have a workshop or information session.
Yeah. So we're moving. We're voting now on Councillor Eldon McDonald's motion.
Correct. That's the only motion on the floor. Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Yeah.
Which is moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on that motion, Council?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. Okay, so we will now move to item 7 on our agenda. Again, I am being very mindful of time. Business arising. So the next couple of items are directly from requests that came from council meetings. The first is item 7.1 from council meeting from September 14th, 2021. Item A, Parks, Open Space and Sports Field Plan. I invite Manager of Recreation Kirk Darren, please, to our virtual platform.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and good evening, Council. The issue paper is found on page 77 of your agenda package. For the background, as per the motion passed by Council at the September Council meeting, staff was directed to provide an issue paper on how to move forward with a parks, open space, and sport field plan, an up-to-date list of parks, outdoor facility, and sport field stakeholders, organized conversations with stakeholders on a move forward. Over the last 2 years, staff and council have seen an increase in requests for the renaming of municipal assets and the development of new or revitalization of municipal parks and sport fields. There's also been an increase in concern over the access and maintenance of outdoor recreational facilities such as sport fields, skate parks, tennis courts, playgrounds, and walking tracks. CBRM currently maintains over 400 sites, including 70 ball fields throughout the municipality, and the ball field and sport field policy was last updated in 2005. In 2017, Council approved the Recreation Master Plan, which is inclusive of an outdoor recreation facility and inventory and classification model. Although this provides an overview and list of essential parks and recreation facilities, CBRM does not have relevant or updated procedures or policies to guide staff and council decisions regarding planning, developing, or implementing parks, open space, and other recreational facilities. It is not uncommon for municipalities to support the recreation master plans with a comprehensive park plan to support the overall recreational mandate for the municipality. Municipal parks, open spaces, and sport fields are important locations that contribute to making a community a more vibrant place to live and the physical, social, and mental health of residents. Consideration should be given to the rationalization of the park system within the municipality to ensure equitable access for residents while understanding the threshold for maintenance and service under current staffing levels. The process for the development of the plan will include a thorough consultation with stakeholders and community members, which would meet the secondary request of the original motion. Staff is recommending that council authorize hiring a consultant through a request for proposal to carry out the development of a parks, open space, and sport field plan for the municipality with the scope of work to include, but not limited to, a long-term plan that identifies community interests and needs and establishes priorities, recommendations, and actions for developing and maintaining a rationalized and high-quality park, sport field, and open space system across the municipality, an updated sport field policy, a naming policy for municipal assets, a decision criteria for development, decommission, and maintenance level of parks that allow for adjustments according to municipal and council strategic priorities, a determination of service level threshold for current and future parks and sport fields with respect to staff levels and structure, and standardized stewardship and partnership agreement process for parks and sport fields.
Sorry. Okay, so I will now go to the speakers list. Sorry, I couldn't find my coordination with my computer there. First, we have comments from Councillor Darren Brooksberger.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to Kirk for your presentation. I guess for me, as I look at this, Kirk, Councillor Gillespie on September the 14th, and I watched this from home. He made some great points about, users of these facilities. He shared his opinion that CBRM should engage users and give them an opportunity to express their concerns and ideas, and for CBRM staff and management to explain their plan for the future use of these facilities. He went on to say, Gillespie advised that it's his understanding that some CBRM outdoor facilities operate under partnerships with users while others do not. And maybe there's an opportunity to use the benchmarking model and those partnerships. And it went on. But so the motion was that moved by Gillespie, second by our deputy, that staff be directed to complete the following prior to the calendar year end. Obtain an update list of stakeholders, hold a workshop with council and staff on the recreation master plan, organize conversations with stakeholders on a move forward, and prepare an issue paper on how to move forward with the parks. And that's where you are at the end, right? And but then I see where, that seems to be sort of bypassed a little, because your recommendation is that we do another darn study, that we spend, every time we hire these people to do studies, it's $100,000 or $200,000. Money that could go towards these fields, because as pointed out by Councillor Gillespie, and I agree wholeheartedly, every councillor knows the groups in our communities and what their needs, and they're the ones that can tell us this stuff. Right now, we're in COVID times for sure, and it's making it difficult, but would also make it difficult for our consultants. The other thing about it is Jennifer's going to say later on in her report that outdoor recreation and community spaces, it is recommended that council authorize staff to commence community consultation to identify potential projects throughout CBRM, and that the funds be leveraged to access funds for the new and improved outdoor recreation spaces. This initiative is key to strategic vision for the population growth and inclusivity, economic development. So she's recommending community consultation in her section, and it was a council motion, and then we end up with hiring a consultant. I'm just confused here. It seems to me it's two different messages from two different directors, and it's both the same. It's a different ending. So how about trying to help me here, Kirk? I'm trying to be as respectful to this whole process as I can, but I'm struggling, my friend. I'm struggling here, right, with this. It just don't seem correct. Can you talk to me a little and tell me what I'm missing?
Yeah, in the September meeting, when this issue came up, I attended council, and this is where we landed in terms of the motion, was for us to bring an issue paper. We certainly think that in doing this issue paper will like I said, allow us to do thorough consultation to understand the needs. I think we have a changing landscape in terms of use in our community. We've had an increase in terms of, ask for development and revitalization of parks. And we've seen, the threshold for service being pushed in terms of parks. And this is where we landed in terms of or council landed in terms of the motion for us to bring an issue paper to council. And this is the recommendation that we had from a staff perspective on how to solve some of these issues.
Okay, so the motion though, Kirk, if I could, did we obtain an updated list of the stakeholders? Was that completed? Did we hold a workshop with council and staff on the recreation master plan? Organize conversations with stakeholders on our move forward? Like, those are three things that were part of Councillor Gillespie's motion. And I'm just wondering if they were they done, or we're just going to pass all that now?
Councillor, that's your time.
Sorry.
That's your time.
I'll come back.
If you could answer some of those questions, Kirk, in the meantime,
Yes,
and then we'll go back to the speakers list. Yeah.
Certainly, as I mentioned, we certainly don't look at it as just passing the buck. We think this is, this is certainly, seen as best practice in this area. This isn't uncommon for municipalities to hire consultants to do parks and open space plans to help support recreational master plans and their mandate. But we do see it as an opportunity as through consultation, these stakeholders and community members will certainly have an opportunity to provide feedback and through that thorough consultation process.
Thank you, Kirk. Next on the speakers list, Councillor Lauren Green.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Kurt, for the update. As council be aware, we had an article in their local post here from the Right Honorable, I guess, or the masterful Tommy Urbaniak in terms of ghost parks, and caused quite a stir in my particular district, as he outlined several parks that have been closed long before I sat on council, and many years before that as well. And since identifying those parks that have been closed, I've gotten emails, I've gotten phone calls in regards to what am I doing about the ghost parks. And here we are, we're talking about recreation facilities, and and I hear Councillor Brooksberger on the very questions that the community is raising. So I think that perhaps I'm missing it as well, Councillor Brooksberger. I think what we ought to be doing is looking for councillors, the council, going to the council, because we do, as Councillor Brooksberger indicated, we know our communities, we know these groups. They're constantly contacting councillors in regards to the facilities that either for access or lack of access. So I think, we should at least start there and then find out exactly where we're going to go with all of these facilities. When I hear the word about decommissioned, I've got parks that have been decommissioned and now deemed as ghost parks. So, and how they became decommissioned, I'm not sure. I wasn't the councillor at the table at the time when they became decommissioned. So I'm not sure how that took place. And, now that they have been identified, all of a sudden now they're an important issue for the community because they've been brought to the foreground by, community members. And now we need to do something with them. And here I am faced with the issue for these particular parks. And what's really bothers me more than anything is when you see, our local posts run an article without contacting councillors of the areas that are identified. Had they contacted me, they would know, Kirk, as you and I would have been dealing with, a couple of those places that they identified. Some have public interest, some have private interest to develop those parks, but nobody knows that because they just seem to be ghost parks. And we've been working in the background trying to do something with, the private developer and public to maintain or at least bring these parks back to life. So I like Councillor Brooksberger, I think we need to start with those 3 steps that are there first before we decide as to where we're going in terms of the master plan for recreation facilities, outdoor facilities, and what we're going to keep and what we're going to decommission, what ones are going to be partnered with stakeholders. All those questions need to be answered before we do anything in terms of recreation facilities. I can tell you for sure, I think I may have the district with the most playgrounds in it. And, people are really concerned with those. So I'd like to see those steps happen first before we go anywhere in terms of the outdoor recreation space. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Kirk, did you want to respond to that or?
Sure.
I thought I heard you speak. That's all. It's hard to keep track of folks. Okay, we'll just move on with our speakers list. Next, I have Councillor Steve Gillespie.
Mayor, I'm going to just skip. I want to listen to the conversation happening right now.
Okay. Next, Councillor Steve Parsons.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First of all, for the matter of record, I certainly support recreation. I certainly support our recreation master plan. When it comes to consultation, a lot of this information we probably have within the department now in terms of inventories, what's being used, what's not being used, what's some interest and so on and so forth. But when I look at the recommendation and I look at the scope of work, for example, that this consultant would be doing, an update sport field policy. Yes, we need an updated field policy, but I'm sure there's one out there that there's a template out there, for example, an updated naming policy. I think these are things that could pretty much be done by the staff within the department working together in terms of their experiences and where they see we're going with our long range plan for recreation. But when it comes to consultation and the community engagement partnerships, we have a community consultation. He's on our screen tonight, Mr. Mike Target. I'm wondering, for efficiency and productivity reasons, if this is something that Michael, who is specifically hired for community consultation, could take this, work with the department. It doesn't seem like a very extensive scope in terms of detail, and maybe we can save $25,000, $30,000 that we've already are equipped with within our CBRM. We already have a community consultant, and I think Michael's quite capable of handling this, and maybe that could be put in his belly way to work with the department, deliver on the specifics that we require to make a fund decision by council. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge that our director, Bill Murphy, is here. Bill, do you have any comment on, I just want to make sure that we're heading in the right direction and want your input on this.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the big issue that is before the council actually is the changing demographics in our community and the resurgence of interest in outdoor spaces. One of the things the department has been seeing is the transition from local community kinds of activities to more specialized, concentrated individual group activities. We've noticed that in several areas, the Waterford, Floral Heights, Gillespie, that community groups are beginning to form to improve municipal facilities. That's really the backdrop of why we believe doing this Parks and Open Space Planning session is so vital, is because of the changing demographic in the community. Historically, the former municipalities in town, and Councillor Green referenced some abandoned local parks. Really, those parks haven't really existed in CBRM. They were more parks that were provided under the old ward system in the city of Sydney, and really were kind of a couple of swing sets and a teeter-totter put in local communities as done by the municipality. I think what we're seeing now is more a resurgence of larger demand facility types being put in most communities in the municipality. And I think that's the challenge that we have. Our existing sustainability fund does not permit local groups or the municipality itself to apply sustainability for developing these facilities. We've done it historically through the Parks Division by repairing things as we've gone. And I think there's a bigger need now for an organized planning system for the regeneration of parks. I can use Sydney Mines, where Councillor Mcdonald is very interested in seeing Brown Street redeveloped. Those kind of things really can't happen in isolation by just advocating to the municipality. So I think what Kirk's trying to explain really is a broad objective look that doesn't really put one group against another for dominance, if you will. And I think that's the real important premise by which we're advocating using the outside consultant. I don't know if that helps or confuses.
Nope, that departmental insight is very, very important in these discussions. Next, we have Councillor James Edwards.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Director Murphy, for that insight. And in fact, that's exactly where I was going with my comments here. The recommendation, the thought to hiring an outside consultant sort of jumped right off the page to me there. I was wondering why, with our own staff, we couldn't answer the questions that we have between our recreation staff and our communications people, and indeed with Mr. Target as well. But it seems to be an involved process, although from the appearance, when you have what was it? Under 500 facilities, 400 sites and 70 ball fields there. I'm just wondering why our own staff couldn't undertake this policy here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Steve Parsons. I have you asking for questions twice in a direct message. Did you have something to add?
No, all good, Mayor. That's because I was skipped over the first time. I put my cue in second time. That's all.
Yeah, sorry. When they go to direct message, if we could just keep using the cue, like the chat for everybody to see it, it's super helpful. It's hard to keep track of the direct messages. Next, Councillor Gordon Mcdonald.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. And a few of the points I was going to make have been just mentioned, and Councillor Edwards certainly just made one of them regarding our own staff being able to do some of this. And I thought the consultation process, I thought we were starting into that process especially with my work with Kirk around the Brown Street project in City Mind. I mean, we have put out a survey to the residents in the area to as to what their thoughts and ideas were regarding that space. We are in the process of trying to formulate a list to try to gather a meeting together with the people that have an interest in that. So I thought, the staff were partaking in this kind of a process. So, and I mean, for the cost that it would take for us to be able to bring in an independent consultant, I mean, I'll take the cost for that and put it towards the Brown Street project, and we'll be well on our way to doing something. So I just think we have the people in place and the people that have the ability to do what we asked before we could look at going outside to an outside consultant at this time. So that's my points. Thanks.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll keep this very quick. My only issue with this is I seconded this motion, and like Councillor Brooksberger pointed out at the very beginning of the discussion, there were, I believe, even when Councillor Gillespie brought it forward, I believe he had them numbered like 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of as in steps. Yeah, he's nodding, so I did remember that correctly, I believe. So that's what I was expecting, that if we did come to the decision of going to some kind of report or study, that it would be after we, got a list of everyone, the stakeholders, and after this council had its workshop on the recreation plan. Because what you're speaking about today, would that be a nice highlight or addition to the plan we currently have? Absolutely. But with 8 new council members and a new council, it would be nice to have that time to sit down and really go into the details of the plan. Because I mean, in all honesty, when you're a councillor and we just start giving you all the material and the plans and everything that came back, it is a lot of reading. It is a lot, it's a lot to take on. So we didn't even have the opportunity to sit around and do that. And as most of council and as Director Murphy had pointed out, people are really, really interested in their outdoor spaces now. And this is something that I believe we have to take a little more time to look into before we just jump and, okay, give us another report. I really supported what was done the first time. So I'm not saying that I wouldn't support perhaps a report at a later time, but I think those steps that were approved by council really should be completed first. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Madam Deputy. Councillor Steve Gillespie.
Thank you, Mayor McDougall, and thanks to Kirk for the presentation, and Bill Murphy for his insight as well. And I appreciate the other councillors weighing in, because when I first looked at this, it's not what I wanted. And I thought, okay, well, am I the only one that doesn't think this way? And which is why I backed away from asking any questions until I've heard from some of my colleagues, and it seems like we all seem to be on the same page. What I see here are 2 different issues. I see that there needs to be some long-term planning, naming rights, sponsorship rights, long-term solutions, but that is not what I asked for originally and what the deputy had seconded, that there needed to be some consultation, an upgraded list, an opportunity for us as councillors and our recreation department to physically sit and talk with these groups and organizations. I'm currently working with 5 groups just in my district who have now incorporated, are looking at a long-term plan for their own neighborhood, are applying for provincial and federal grants to have work done in their community. And I think that this is the way to go. And as Councillor Brooksberger indicated, we do know that there are several groups that have a working relationship with the municipality. And look, that's what benchmarking is all about, finding what works best and letting everybody do the same thing. You know, the old adage, you want to be successful, find somebody who's successful and just do exactly what they're doing. And you should be down that road. I don't see this as the request that I wanted. I do see the point that Kirk was making, and I do see, especially when it's pointed out that we haven't had an update since 2005. And you know where I sit on things that sit down too long. I think that that's the wrong approach for anything that we do. So I really think that there's 2 different things here. And I appreciate council's input on this. And this really isn't what I wanted either. Kirk, if I could ask you to just give me your opinion on the conversations that we had, my original motion in September, and do you think that this could also be 2 separate issues completely? Thank you, Mayor.
Sorry, Steve, I didn't catch the last part of it on my end. Councillor
Yeah,
Gillespie.
no problem. What I'm seeing here are 2 different issues: a long-term naming and a strategy, and then the issues that I wanted to ask the Recreation Department to look at. So do you see that we could, what I'd like to see is this broken up into 2 different issues?
Okay, so in my opinion, do I see it as 2 separate issues? I think, like I said in the issue paper, I do believe both can be solved through the process. You know, I certainly see your point, but I do think that having the community stakeholder groups and the user groups consulted in the process would certainly lead to a plan that is well informed in terms of a long-term go forward for the municipality. I think there's, as I mentioned to you in a lot of our conversations, I think we're missing some of the tools for both council and for staff to help guide some of the processes that we're going through that Director Murphy mentioned. You know, we have some significant issues that council has brought up in terms of use of ball fields. We've seen fields that were decommissioned over a long term being asked to be brought back, but none being removed from our current level or our current service, which I know that it was brought up by our supervisor, Ken Heaton, in an email to you as well, that we had, you know, 70+ ball fields, but we have more coming back in play. So I think in terms of use, you know, we certainly, like you said, we need to update our ball field policy. And I think a lot of the community consultation stuff that you brought up would be covered through the process and come out on the other end with a long-term plan for the municipality to help guide us as we go.
Thank you so kindly, Kirk. Next on our speakers list, we have Councillor Darren O'Quinn.
You're on mute, Darren.
Yeah, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. I'll start again. Thanks, Madam Mayor. Eldon Waterford, Bill is right. We do have some great groups out here doing things on their own. And I do think that is the next generation and how that thing's going to work. We're going to need a lot more community support. And as far as hiring a consultant, I'm kind of on board with what Councillor Parsons there. I mean, I think this is something maybe Mike Dargan could handle. And we do have some staff to get a system as well. And really, I just want to commend the Recreation Department for all they do to keep up our recreation facilities in the Waterford here. I am having some issues like Councillor Green with some parks in my area. the Sheridan Park and the Park of New Victoria, where the old New Victoria School was. They needed some work, and and we needed to either remove the equipment or replace it. I mean, they're real bad, and I'm trying to get people to look at that, and I'm not having much luck with it. I hope in the future we'll get someone out to look at those parks. Other than that, though, I mean, the guys have done great work in their area, and I do think we can handle this ourselves. And I'm more on board with Councillor Parsons, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you kindly, Councillor. Next, we have Councillor Gillespie on your second opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor McDougall. I just wanted to make mention that, the three things that are in my point, one of the most important was to hold a workshop with council to go over and explain the recreation master plan, because myself, Councillor Brooksberger, the deputy mayor, and Councillor Eldon Mcdonald are familiar with it because it was done in a time frame that we were sitting as councillors. But the other 8 councillors don't have it all. Now, yeah, they have access to the information, but it would be better to have it explained. And I think that that's part of it. Also, when it comes to the consultation with the users have been contacting us since the beginning of last summer and asking us, what can we do? How can we be involved? What is it that the groups can do? And this recommendation in September that was passed by council was what they were looking forward to. And I had received many calls, not just from my council area, but from other ones thanking us for doing this. And now we're looking at it saying, well, we're going to do it, but it's going to be part of a larger package, and it will probably take longer. I kind of wanted to be in the room when this stuff was being discussed with these groups. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Glenn Parouche.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And along the same lines as what some of my colleagues have said here, spot on, Gillespie, with, I was wondering if I missed a meeting about the workshop, because I didn't, the only knowledge I have of the recreation plan is what I've read online. So glad to know I didn't miss that meeting. When we talk about this master plan, when we talked about ball fields, and Councillor Gillespie, you and I have spoke many times about different organizations when it comes to the ball fields. But one thing too that nobody's mentioned here is the rinks. And I know when we talk about rinks, it turns into a sore spot. Through tonight, just while everyone was talking, I went on and I looked at our CBRM site. We still have the Centennial Arena listed there as if you wanted to book time there for the Centennial Arena. So when we talk about our master plan from 2005, who's looking after our websites to keep stuff up to date? When if people move here and they scroll on here and they look for things and they see that availability nonstop, but the facility itself isn't even open to the public anymore. And one of the things that I did read in the master plan, and it was a question I wrote down, and I'll ask this to you, Director Murphy. If someone were to ask you about how would you say our facilities serve our residents right now within the CBRM? And one of the lines in the master plan was underutilized and over-maintained. So I'll go back to the ball fields where the people are complaining about things that are whippersnipped, can't get access to certain fields. Other teams are on the fields at the same time. So I'm wondering where we do, instead of shelling out some more money for a study, I think amongst the councillors and amongst people in the department, they're dealing with the same problems over and over. Do you think that there's some short-term goals in the meantime while we're trying to figure out this master plan that staff themselves could handle?
Do I think so? Obviously, I think our program's evaluated 3 or 4 times a year in terms of its quality and approach. Everything we do, really, we carry an evaluation program. For me, I don't have any difficulty with what council suggested on the department support staff to carry those things out. One of the difficulties for the last 2 years, obviously, is when people talk about gathering people together, is the face-to-face issue of COVID. It's not very practical to create when this kind of
Bill, sorry, Bill, your internet connection is not working well. Bill?
It's not very effective. It's great for dispersal, not really an
Bill, can you hear us?
location. Any better here?
No. Just heard you for the
I
first
can
time.
hear you,
in your
yeah.
whole- No, your internet connection is quite spotty. I'm sorry.
You must live in District 3, Bill.
Okay. So what I might suggest, if I might offer some insight, council, because of COVID restrictions, we're unable to hold our in-person budget consultations, but are working on a revised plan. We do have days that are available the end of January. Might I suggest we start this process by having that workshop about our recreation master plan, bring in our community consultation coordinator and our staff, and really set out a plan together. That way we're getting the ball in motion, and then we can plan a community stakeholder consultation piece. Hopefully restrictions have lifted. I feel like virtual is just not, it's not as conducive to good community conversation and consultation, but we will, yeah, we'll cross that bridge when needed. If I can, I'll add this to our list of items to do from this meeting. Sorry, getting a little weary here, folks. But yeah, the end of January, let's go towards that workshop with the recreation master plan, and that we can all bring our lists of community stakeholders that we know are in the community and help fill in the blanks with each other. How does that sound? Great. Okay, on that note, I'm just conferring with staff members, and I was chatting with the deputy mayor. This is getting very, very long. Agreed. Yeah. Late nights don't make for good decision making. So there are a few items that we do want to wrap up here in this meeting. Is it agreed that we can finish up, and forgive me, I'm working from some text messages. What we're going to do is finish up with the appointment, Deborah's report for the citizen appointees. We can get through that relatively quick. We do want to talk about the appointment of the auditors and also the surplus property item. Is it agreed that we conclude with those items for this evening? And what we'll do is I'll work with the clerk's office to figure out a day, and very, very soon, obviously in the coming days, that we can conclude this meeting. There's some big conversations that need to be had with the remaining items, and going into the midnight hour is not going to afford, number one, the public to participate by watching, and good minds to make decisions and have really fulfilling discussion. So is it agreed that we finish up with the appointment of citizens, appointment of auditors, and surplus property? Then we'll pause our meeting and conclude another day. Agreed?
Agree.
Thank you, folks. Okay, so from that, I just want to say thank you to Kirk and to the recreation staff. What we'll do is I'll reach out to you guys in the coming days. We'll plan that workshop and go ahead with the recreation master plan education and the stakeholder kind of listing. We'll bring Mr. Target in to talk about what a consultative piece looks like and move from there. Okay, I'm now going to just skip ahead then to item 7.3, which is nominating committee from January 17th, 2022. Item 8 is report on call for expression of interest, citizen representatives on committees. Madam Clerk, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And the motions from the January 17th nominating committee meeting are found on page 4 of the addendum that was circulated earlier today. And my memo to the committee is also in that package on page 5. There are 3 separate motions with recommendations for citizen appointments, one for audit committee, one for the Cape Breton Regional Library Board, and one for the Port of Sydney Development Corporation Board. In terms of process, after council deals with those motions if they approve the citizen nominations by candidate number, the citizens will be contacted, and once they have accepted the positions and any required background checks have been completed, the names of the successful candidates will be publicly released at a future council meeting. And so council can deal with the motion separately, or if they are in agreement with the nominating committee recommendations, they can certainly approve all of them in one motion. Thank you.
So everybody has had an opportunity to review the motions that were put forward by the nominating committee. I feel like the nominating committee makes pretty regular appearances at our meetings these days. We're really good at going through the recruiting process. Hey, folks. If I will entertain a motion, if somebody wants to put forward that we go through all three, I don't see a problem, as they are stated, in detail on our sheets.
I'll move a motion, Madam Mayor, that we recommend the appointments as submitted by the nominating committee.
Thank you, Councillor Eldon Mcdonald. Seconded by Councillor Glenn Parouche. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Thank you, council. Motion is carried. Now we will go to item 7. Deborah, Madam Clerk, the vacancy on Accessibility Advisory Committee. That's the next piece.
That's very quick. Yeah, very quickly. The report that I provided at January 17th, 2022 meeting of the nominating committee was reviewed. There was a motion passed to refer the matter to the Accessibility Advisory Committee. They want input on that. And that meeting is scheduled for this Thursday, the 20th, and they'll be discussing the issue. And then a report from that committee will be forwarded on to nominating and council at a later date. So that's just for information at this point.
Great. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 7.4, which is Audit Committee from January 18th, 2022. Item 8, Appointment of External Auditors 2022 through 2026. Looking to our CFO, Jennifer Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mayor. CBRM recently called for a request for proposals for the provision of external audit services for a 5-year term. Staff requests that council approve the Audit Committee's recommendation to appoint MMP as our external audit services provider for a 5-year term commencing 2021-22, renewable on an annual basis by the Audit Committee for years ending 22-23 through to 25-26.
Over.
Second.
Motion or recommendation, motion to move the recommendation. I'm sorry. Moved by Councillor Darren Brooksberger, seconded by Councillor Cyril McDonald. Discussion on the motion.
Question.
Question has been called. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary, nay. Motion is carried. So we will now jump to item 8 in our agenda, which is under corporate services. 8.1 is request to deem property surplus portion of PID 1554729 off Railroad Street in Sydney. And I look to our property manager, Sheila Kalanko, please to introduce this.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and evening council, and thank you for listening to me tonight. I certainly appreciate it. So you see in front of you, I've shared my screen. I'm going to keep this short. The yellow property outlined on the map is the CBRM property. The red is the subject property to my issue paper that you'll find on page 102 of your agenda. The blue property is identified as 21 Ironside Drive, and that's the applicant's property. She sent in a letter of request requesting the area outlined in red be conveyed and sold to her at market value. She wishes to consolidate it with her existing property so that she can build a garage. We did an internal review, and while we need a large portion of the area in yellow, staff finds no reason not to sell that to the applicant as long as she consolidates it and complies with our present land use bylaws. So it's my recommendation that council pass a motion declaring the area outlined in red, only surplus and sold to the applicant. And do you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I was just looking for my button. Okay.
sorry.
So the recommendation is to deem the parcel of land outlined in red as surplus. Sorry, folks, I can't see my chat right now if there's somebody looking to speak.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I am.
Go ahead. Sorry, Lauren, Councillor Green, go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Sheila, the applicant that is requesting this land, is this an additional garage?
Yes, it is. She has
So-
she has a small one, but she wanted to build a bigger one. And her property is she has a fence up from what I understand, but that'll be moved to accommodate a garage on her property, but she would need this additional space.
Okay, because there is currently a garage on that property. I know, I'm looking at the picture that you have on the screen there, and it doesn't show the current garage that has been built on that property. So I'm questioning why the need for more land when the garage has already been built on this property. So, and the council may not be aware, but this property is, the terrain of this property is quite challenging. I would say that from the bottom of Railroad Street there up to the top of that property, I would say it's probably in excess of 80 to 100-foot drop. So it's going to be significant monies to fill that property. I'm talking tens of thousands of dollars. And, you know, without adversely affecting the roadway below, I'm not sure why we're going so close to the roadway down on Railroad Street. I would suggest that, you know, we defer this and have our planning people and building visit that property prior to deeming it surplus. I understand, you know, the size of that property, but I know this property very well, and that is quite a terrain to build a garage on without, you know, costing tens of thousands of dollars. And we don't know what the adverse effect could be on the roadway below with drainage and runoff. So, you know, I would recommend that we at least, you know, have our planning people and the building people to go and visit this particular site. I know, Sheila, you did vet it through the departments, but I'm not sure that they actually went and visit this site, because it's quite a drop there. So, you know, if it's in order, Madam Mayor, I would move that we defer this until our planning people and buildings visit that site and determine whether, you know, what the applicant is looking to do here is doable.
I'll just make one comment, Councillor Green. When we reviewed this, it was brought up about the drop off and the amount of fill that would be required, and oh wait now, and the applicant was prepared to accept the cost of filling that property in. And Public Works did review the request and wanted, she actually wanted a little more, and we reduced it to the 25 feet on the side that allows for Railway Street to go through there. I don't know if that makes a difference in just providing that information to fellow councillors.
Yeah, I'm thanks, Sheila. Like I say, if you look at the lay of that land, if you visit the lay of that land to do the infilling that's outlined in the red, would be, like I say, it would be significant cost. And furthermore, I don't even know how it would be accessed because it's such a it's a steep terrain there, and I don't know where the access point would be to get the fill in there. When you look at this, councillors, when you're looking at this, this looks like a level piece of land, but none of it's level other than where the house is at. So, I mean, it's a big drop. And like I say, there is a garage currently there, and I'm not talking about that oak building that's there now. That the garage is not identified in this picture here. So there is a garage there. I'm just not sure if this is an additional garage, because there is a single bay garage next to, if you see the I guess that's the vehicle in the yard, there is a garage built right in front of that.
Sorry, your time has concluded, but nobody else is in the speakers list, so I can extend that if you'd like to keep. I know you had put a motion out there to.
Well, no, I didn't move a motion.
No?
I say what I'd like to do is just defer this, Madam Mayor, just till the planning and building people get, visit that site, because, if the applicant gets there and realizes that they may have bitten off more than they can chew in this particular parcel of land, I don't want it to come back to CBRM and say, well, why'd you even bother selling it to me? So there's issues with that property that I would hope that we would investigate with our planning and building people before we went through with this. That's all I'm saying. Totally up to the will of council.
Absolutely. Next on our speakers list, we have Deputy Mayor Arlene McMullen.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll keep this quick. I do fully appreciate the concern. My voice, holy Moses. Sorry, I was talking all night. I do appreciate the concern of Councillor Green. I do have a little concern of my own, just based on the fact of those questions. When there's a process in place, if somebody wants a certain set of land and they go to deem a surplus, and our staff does their due diligence and says yay or nay, I think it's a very slippery slope, and it's not one that I want to take part on when we start questioning the amount of money a resident is willing to put into something, or if what they're looking for falls within the grounds that staff says yes, we can deem it surplus, and two, it's noted by Sheila that there are certain, like in the development and the build and the permitting, that it all has to follow certain things. So if they bite off more than they can chew, or they decide that they are or they not, I just don't think that's something we in council should be debating. So, the question is, are we able to deem this land surplus? Yay or nay? When it comes to development, that would fall under the planning and permitting process. I just don't want to start now looking at individual requests and saying, well, how much are they going to put into that? And did they consider that? So, yeah, I mean, I'm willing to go with council. I just don't know what would be the benefit of deferral. Are we asking this person to deal with our planning department and everything before they even have access to the property? So it's just a road that I'm a little nervous to go down is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. Councillor Eldon Mcdonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Through you to Wayne, if I could. I'm just curious in regards to the staff doing their due diligence. So would it be appropriate to say that staff would go down and see that site before they would deem it, or would they just use their software and the various different overlaying tools that we have in our computer systems to make those decisions, or would they actually do a site visit? And are they aware there's an actual garage there? And I don't know, Sheila, it sounds to me like if there is an actual garage, are they replacing that one because it's old and they're just going to tear it down and build a new one? Is there any insight in that also?
If you would like, I can answer first. So with Public Works' involvement, we wouldn't design the site for the applicant. We would basically look at what the CVRM requirements would be for that particular property. It's up to the developer to determine, I guess, what their requirements would be associated for development costs and development charges. And then, of course, through the planning process, they would determine what's appropriate. Typically, the things that we would look at, whether or not we went on a site visit, we would go to a site visit if we weren't familiar with the property, but I suspect we were there. We would look at things like, is it serviceable? Is it connectable to a serviceable lot? Is the lot able to be certainly not landlocked and things like that? So we would look at those type of things, but not detailed design associated with what the development would be.
And Madam Mayor, through to Sheila, if she knows anything about the existing garage, is it coming down or?
Yeah, so Councillor McDonald, I wasn't aware, I'll be honest, that there was an existing garage there. If there is, it would be new for the simple reason The applicant moved home a couple of years ago and just placed a new mini home on that property. So we did have discussion that there was a significant drop there and a lot of infill would be required. She is aware of that. Again, I do not, if council deems a piece of property surplus, whether it's in our existing inventory now, as long as they comply with the development requirements of getting a building permit, then I don't get involved in doing site visits on the state of the property. It's surplus lands. We do not have any use for it. So it's a policy of council to sell surplus lands at market value.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And just to reiterate the comments of the Deputy Mayor too, we're talking about making a piece of land surplus here tonight. So again, if we could just stick to that topic, that would be great. Councillor Green?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not opposed to making the land surplus. So let's clarify that as well. Like, I'm not opposed to making it surplus. What I'm opposed to is we had our planning Christian come up earlier and say that, we got to be careful of the adverse effects. And now we're talking about doing infilling here. And as the director indicated, we didn't do a site visit to this place. I'm just suggesting that, we do a site visit. And to answer Councillor Eldon Mcdonald's question in regards to the garage was just built last year. So that's why I'm a little confused on this. The garage is brand new, just built last year. When she says that the applicant is looking to build a garage, I'm a little confused when they say a garage when one was built last year on this site. That's why I had asked if anybody did a site visit, because there is a current garage on the facility, on the property. And like I say, now let's put away the cost for the applicant to infill. Let's not even include that. Let's not worry about that. I agree with the Deputy Mayor. We shouldn't worry about that. But we should worry about the adverse effects of infilling that on the properties below, in the street below. So, council can do what they wish. I'm just simply saying deferred until our planning people visit it and our public works people visit and say, if it's okay, let's let her go. But I just think we need to be mindful of the adverse effects that could happen for people that are below this property. And as I indicated, there is currently a garage on that as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. If I could go to, I'm not sure if Director Roos is here. Director Roos, quick question. When a resident applies for a permit, would they not have to indicate any of the environmental effects, infill, things like that, that would be required to build the structure?
So when we go through this process, the sale agreement that Sheila would be dealing with indicates that the purchaser needs to comply with the land use bylaw and all other applicable legislative requirements. So we would do the evaluation at that time with their proposal. If it meets it, and if it doesn't, then they need to work on alternatives. But our scope of review is limited to the land use bylaw.
Okay, much gratitude. All right, Council. There is no motion on the floor right now regarding making this parcel of land surplus. There's a suggestion to defer until a site visit concludes. I do tend to agree with the worry from the Deputy Mayor that we are, in some sense, interjecting ourselves into day-to-day operations. In a sense, we're telling staff to go off and do something when we do have procedures in place. Looking for direction. Madam Deputy?
Oh, you saw I took it off mute, did you?
I sure did.
No, seeing as we do need to start, so I prefer not to do, I don't usually put, when it comes to surplus and stuff, the motion usually from the councillor in the area, but seeing as we're at a standstill, I'll put the motion to the floor that we go with staff's recommendation and deem that area surplus.
Moved
I
by
have a
Deputy
question.
Mayor.
I have a question in the queue. I'll wait for the.
Oh,
motion.
sorry. So it has been moved by the Deputy Mayor to agree with the recommendation of staff to deem the parcel of land surplus. Is there a seconder? All right.
I'll second it.
Okay, Councillor Cyril McDonald seconded. On the motion, Councillor Gillespie.
Yes, thank you, Mayor McDougall. I would pose this to Sheila Kalanko or to Wayne McDonald. Is this a situation where the cart was put before the horse? The individual put up the garage and then realized after a survey that part of it was on the property that they did not own? I'm not familiar with this area, and to be honest, I'm quite excited that we have a street named Ironside. I'm hoping maybe for a Night Rider Lane or Matlock Boulevard or something down the road. So, could that be the situation here? Because it would have been nice to know that there was already a structure on that property before this was brought to council. So it's a question I'd like asked or answered. Sorry, I'd already asked it.
It's Wayne here, if I could. Sheila, do you want to take this?
No, you go ahead.
The only thing I was going to say, there was a suggestion that there wasn't site visit earlier. I was going to clarify what I mentioned. I don't know the exact details of the review. I could certainly find that out, but we would be certainly available and we would go to the site if required. The fact that we're retaining the majority of the CBRM site tells me we're very, we were very involved with the amount of the land that was deemed not non-essential to CBRM usage. So that's why I suspect it was a lot smaller of a piece. As to, I wasn't informed if there was an issue that this is covering up something that happened previously, but maybe Sheila has more information on that.
Yeah, so that's a good question, Councillor Gillespie. I will double check to see if there was a building permit issued for the garage and, make sure that it's encompassing on her property. I'll follow up with, questions that I'll take away from tonight. But again, if we do not need the land and, and we can deem it surplus, she still has to, the applicant would have to comply with all applicable legislation and bylaws. So I still would, go with my recommendation to pass because that's just the policy of council that is in place now.
Okay, no, I know that issue has come up over the years. I just wanted to see if that was a situation here. I'm fine with the approval. Thank you very much, Sheila.
I can jump in as well just for some more clarity on the planning department's review of all these files. Again, once there is an agreement to make the property surplus and we start working on that sales agreement with the applicant, we would be working with them on their potential permit. So at that time, it would be determined if there were, illegal structures or some work done without permits, and we would deal with it at that point. We wouldn't normally be dealing with it this early on. So I know we've dealt with a few of these in the past where there may or may not have been permits taken years and years ago, but that's generally how it goes.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Eldon Mcdonald.
Thanks very much, Madam Mayor. Through you to, I think probably to Sheila, if not, someone else may be able to answer. So when this comes forward as a request, is the applicant requesting the 152 feet by 25 and that's what they want? Or is staff coming back and saying, we are able to make 152 feet wide and 25 feet? So is that applicant looking to purchase that amount of space, or that's what CBRM has deemed we're able to make surplus? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so she did ask, the applicant did ask for a larger area, and when it was vetted, it was said no, that she couldn't have that large area, but this could be the amount that CBRM would be willing to deem surplus to accommodate the construction of a garage on portion of her property and portion of the CBRM property.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more requests in the queue to speak, we do have a motion. Oh, question has been called. Council, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Contrary, nay.
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 Okay, we're gonna go through the list here. Councillor Gordon McDonald.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor McMullen.
Yes.
Councillor Cyril McDonald.
Yes.
Councillor Gillespie.
Yes.
Councillor Eldon McDonald.
Nay.
Councillor Parouche.
Yes.
Councillor Parsons.
Nay.
Councillor Edwards.
Nay.
Councillor Tracy.
Yes.
Councillor Brooksberger. Councillor Brooksberger.
Sorry, yes, sorry, I was on mute.
That's okay. Councillor O'Quinn.
Nay.
Councillor Green.
Nay.
And myself, yay. Motion is carried. Thank you. Okay, so that is going to conclude our meeting at this point. We are going to pause and pick up another day. I don't know the date and time yet. I'm going to confer with staff and figure out what is available. We're potentially looking at either Thursday or Monday. I'm not quite sure yet, but I will be sure to communicate that to council and the wider public for you to join back in while we finish our agenda. That being said, I will, say good night and see you again.
Good night, folks.